So, my name is Seweryn Najemny, and today I will be venturing into the world of Encased. More specifically, we are going under the dome, which is what the titular encasement is all about. I have imported a custom portrait because, of course, I would. I have entered most of the data that is cosmetic in nature, but as far as the process of creating my character goes, the meat of this will be on stream. Now, wing selection. This is basically your starting archetype. Which wing you belong to does indeed affect more than just your appearance. It also affects which of the wing members consider you an ally or a friend immediately, because there is some tribal familiarity later on. I have played this game before, and back then I chose White Wing, so this one is out of the question for this playthrough. The next closest to me spiritually would be the Blue Wing, which is Guts, Learnability, and most importantly, melee weapons. Techs and contraptions, yeah, I don't really care about those very much, although they will be useful. Because I was thinking about having a playthrough focused on the equivalent of power armor in this game, which is a servo shell that requires tech skill and contraptions to repair and maintain. The other alternative would probably be Blackwing, because they also have skills that are useful for the servo shell, but as a pilot and not necessarily as a maintaining and repairing one. Orange Wing is as far as it gets for me, because these are the disposable criminals. Yeah, make amends for crimes by working for betterment of humanity. This might make for an interesting playthrough, but if I were to do one, probably not on stream. Silverwing is charisma people. I think I had a go at those once before as well. Maybe it was them instead of the White Wing, I don't really remember. I honestly don't remember much at all from my previous playthrough of this game, other than a few notable characters. I don't see any objections. Understandable at this early of a hour. So we are going to go with the Blue Wing. The dome lay dormant for centuries and came to life only with the arrival of people. Today, this region is a gigantic 30,000 square kilometers construction site with thousands of cars, snow-white cities, and a network of motorways spanning the inhospitable desert. Cronus is rightfully proud of its world-class infrastructure, built from the ground up thanks to the hard work and knowledge of the employees of the Blue Wing. Having done some IT work in the past, I must say I do identify with the Blue Wing quite well, which means that this is going to be, to some extent, another one of my famous self-roleplays. I see some stats were already assigned for me, but we are going to ignore that. Now, Which of those is needed for the servo shell? Oh. This is science. This is tech. And there was contraptions. I'm pretty sure tech is the one thing I want most. Brains and muscle. Those cutter weapons, yep. And brains is intellect. Yep, that's pretty much what I would want. Let's grab a point in each and then see where I need to go from there. Criminal, deafness and fortune. Well, I am a relatively lucky person, but I'm not very deft. Movement speed and initiative. Oh, that's unfortunate. Deftness -6, so there is no penalty for dipping down on this as far as AP goes. If I go below 6. Let's cut down to 4 for now. Initiative. Perception, deafness, and psyche. I guess I could grab a perception. And I suppose I could... What does this do? Psi abilities. We aren't really going to be using any psionics, so I think this is my dump stat. Even though it affects initiative, I can just make up for it in perception. And then I would like my brains to be at least a match for the perception. And how about we put a point in fortune as well? Encumbrance. Guts and muscle. Oh, I do need some guts, don't I? I'll probably go back and forth a little bit on this. Close quarters damage. Level by 2 plus muscle -5. So if I put an extra point in muscle, I actually get a benefit here. Oh. Well, I need to kill my cat. Okay. That little disaster shouldn't repeat itself. But I do wonder, what is it about the visit to the vet that activates her so much? Hand to hand. Oh, it's only for hand to hand, not for melee. No, wait, melee weapons too. Oh, it can go down to 0. So even just 6 points is a benefit. Well, in that case, let's go like that. Do I want 7 perception or do I want 8 brains? I do recall that spreading yourself around like this isn't exactly an advantage. A lucky 7 for fortune is perfectly fine. Ooh. Ah. I see. Companions. Charisma -5 times 2. Yeah, I should have at least 6 points here. We'll see if I need any adjustments to this later on, but for now, let's move on to abilities. Combat or applied? Oh, I get to tag 3 skills, just like the old Fallout would let me. We definitely want melee weapons. Yep. And that immediately unlocks the first set of skills. Blade weapon, light, heavy, and high tech. Blunt, blunt. I probably won't use a club much. I do prefer my knives and swords more than a club, but it might be a necessity. In either case, I unlock all of this at once. It doesn't matter what... I don't have to invest anything, I just get those for having a high enough skill and holding the relevant weapon. Pistol, shotguns, submachine guns, grenade launchers, flamethrowers, large caliber weaponry, high-tech weapons. Laser pistols, plasma and electromagnetic rifles, and so on. Hand-to-hand I'm not interested in. Although... these have one good benefit in that, if I remember correctly, you don't actually need to hold a specific weapon to use those. At least it doesn't mention requiring one. All the other perks do. Machine gun, tactical rifle, grenade launcher, disc thrower. High-tech weapons, energy pistol, cryo laser, penetrator, whatever that is, and a flamethrower. Handgun, submachine gun, assault rifle, shotgun. Huh. I'm tempted to go for heavy weapons because it just fits for using with a servo shell. Alternately high tech, which are a little bit higher at the base level. Contraptions. Throwing, sleeping spray, taser, mine clearance. Huh. You know what? Sure, let's grab contraptions. And then one applied skill, which I want to be tech. Yeah, tech should be it. Gunsmithing, repair, throw a wrench, robot maintenance. Oh, actually, hold on. Huh. Okay, piloting is needed for the servo shell. Tech does not seem to have anything specifically for the servo shell, which is a little bit annoying. Do I actually have to choose one of those? No, it couldn't be. Huh. Maybe I should give up contraptions for piloting? It is only an initial bonus, and I won't have a servo shell immediately, so there should be time to pick this up afterwards. I think I will stick to what I have. Let's go into traits. I get to pick one. Oh. Ah, I see. And immediately they offer me a perk for piloting a servo shell. You can go without, because all of them have a downside. 2 perks at the start of the game. This one is the easiest one to pick, because then you can... grab the perk that nullifies the penalty, and effectively you get a free perk to start with. Close quarters. You cannot wear pants. Redneck. Extra guts, but perk rate is reduced. That's unfortunate. The perk rules are the same as they were in Fallout, which is every 3 levels you get 1. Reduces fatigue when killing an enemy, but stunned for the next round. Basically, you wait to drink their blood. Regeneration, low. Fortitude, low. Resilience. Survivor. This could be good because my psyche is basically 0. Spirituality. Boosts resistance, penalty to damage. And it's all of the damage types. So you can't get around it with clever thinking. You're basically relying on your companions to deal damage. Penitent 1. This is incoming crit is increased, but all skills are increased as well. You can actually compensate for this with perks and armor. In a servo shell, I should be fine if I were to take this. Ciliary. Plus 20 critical chance, but minus 20% base damage on everything. This is for very specific crit builds, which I don't think I'll go for. Gun Fanatic. If I were to tank my initiative, like this, I would get a hefty bonus to all weapon skills. Dark Lord. I gain less experience, but my companions deal more damage. No, wait. Oh, I see. Everyone gains less experience, but we deal more damage. Huh. I don't remember if the game scales with you, because this could be either very big or very nothing. Slacker is the safe one. Prodigy is... Yeah, that's probably not happening. A bossy. Precision. Oh, this would be nice. That's basically free charisma, because a servo shell gives you carrying capacity, and I won't need precision for melee. Thrill Seeker. Experience at low health, experience at high health. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I play way too safe for this to ever trigger. What is my initiative? 18. That's below the default value of 20. And the only contributing factor is my perception. Since my initiative is already below average, I have no issue with lowering it even further, because I'll probably never get the first turn anyway, so I might as well take the last one. We're going with Gun Fanatic. Tempting as Don Quixote is, I don't think I'll have much use of it. At least not until I get a servo shell, and I won't get it for a while. This is universally applicable, because it gives me weapon freedom without investment, which I didn't invest. And it doesn't really cost me much if I'm not going to have the first turn anyway. We're going to go with Gun Fanatic. I gain an extra point of guts from my origin. My skills are actually pretty decent. I have all the weapon groups covered. And I know tech. There is one problem with this. I am entirely too gun focused. You know what? We're going to go with Slacker. I'm pretty sure I will only lose out on 6 skill points from this because I can cover it up with a perk. Oh, but shit. The downside is weak, but hold on. How is my AP looking? Starting 7. So this is just the base amount. I would need to do something like this. Then I have 8. I can tank my deftness completely. And then grab an extra perception. And an extra brains. This is a little bit dangerous, but I can grab Don Quixote without suffering much for it. Yeah, and I still get 6 guts because of my origin. Melee, contraptions, tech, gun skills are shit, but that's okay. AP has a penalty, but I will recover it once I get a servo shell, which will be a big power spike altogether. And I am durable enough that I should be fine. Nice, 110 learnability, so I will be leveling up relatively quick. I think I'm ready. Oh, and I have a nice defense class. Well, I say nice, I could have had more, but... Yep, we're going with this. I am quite literally a servo shell knight. The Dome is an international project of unprecedented scale. I will go so far as to say humanity has come all this way to get exactly where we are now. Wars, slavery, genocide, all this effort will pay off handsomely. Wait a moment, bad phrasing. Cut that bit, will you? An interview with the Cronus Foundation Deputy of Public Relations. I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of reading on me. We immediately get a ton of tutorials, which I thankfully don't need to read. I'm pretty sure I already know most of this stuff. Tomoko Kimura, hold on, wait. There is Igor, who is a fellow blue shell, I believe.
A man with a mustache and a blue jumpsuit is standing at the window, studying the construction site below through the occasional break in the clouds. His badge reads Igor Patan, planner.
Oh, I am so grateful for the narrator being there to read for me.
The blue taps on the glass with one finger and gestures you to come and take a look. Seems like he doesn't speak English.
I don't have any influence. Hold on. I might be able to... in the settings... make the voiceover... Oh, it's already as loud as it will go. But I can boost everything and then cut down everything else. Yep, events and dialogues, that's fine. Actually, let's keep those a little bit lower, because I know there will be some explosions. This is fine. Well, since we don't know any Russian, I believe, we might as well talk to Tomoko, I suppose.
The thin, pale young woman is sitting at the window, leaning against the illuminator. The glass is slightly fogged with her breath. She turns to you. Her shiny badge reads Tomoko Kimura, physiologist.
We've crossed the border. No way back now. Even traveling by the funicular wasn't so thrilling.
The White presses small hands to her blushing cheeks.
Ah, she is a kawaii anime waifu. The funicular. The city of crystal sands, standing at the foot of the dome, and the Spire Station are connected by a line of passenger and freight funicular. Specially equipped cabins ply along the line laid directly on the surface of the dome, transporting Cronus Foundation employees and cargo. The White Wing is a Cronus division specializing in scientific research. Medical personnel are part of this wing as well.
You were thinking, why have no children been born under the dome? I've got a working hypothesis, but I'm not ready to share it yet.
She says softly, as if answering a question you didn't ask.
I passed a perception check, so we might as well ask. If she sees the dark stain on the outer surface of the dome.
Kimura peers through the glass in the direction you indicate.
Oh, that's the aircraft that crashed into the dome during the first expedition. I believe that's a wing fragment, and there's some white canvas. What do you think that is? Maybe a parachute?
Probably.
The White shakes her head, bewildered.
I just can't believe it. It's all true. We're on our way to meet the future.
Ask what she meant by "we've crossed the border."
Kimura shoots you a surprised look.
You're familiar with the details of the briefing, right? To put it simply, the dome is a selectively permeable environment.
The most famous and most ambitious creation of the forefathers. Indestructible and semi-impervious to living matter. The dome covers about 30,000 square kilometers of desert. So that's what we know from the blue intro.
The White draws an invisible hemisphere in the air.
Inorganic objects may exit the dome without difficulty, but any living creature dies if transported back to the outside world. That's why we're all stuck here for an indefinite period of time.
Let's wonder aloud why things happen that way.
Kimura is eyeing the dome's mesh glittering in the sunlight.
Supposedly, it's something to do with the atmospheric composition, but it's a weak theory. The difference of the air within the dome is so insignificant as to fall within the margin of error. Or to put it more simply, there is no difference.
I see.
She shoots a quick glance at the silver and lowers her voice.
I heard a rumor, or a conspiracy theory, that we can leave the dome at any time. We've simply been told we can't. If you ever decide to test this hypothesis, don't forget to leave me something in your will.
I can bribe her technically. Not sure what that would do. And we can barter for her science magazine. Well, we can't afford that. And we can't afford her drugs, so no deal. The silver is, I believe it's this guy, Monty James.
A guy wearing thick spectacles thrusts out a sweaty hand.
Monty James, Silverwing.
Silverwing, Administrative and Bureaucratic Cronus Division, Managers, Accountant, and Human Resources. Basically, scum of the earth.
He glances down at your badge.
Ah, it's you. I found your file extremely interesting. And your CV, wonderful.
Hello, Vortis.
Inspiring, really.
Yes, my CV is very inspiring.
When I had the opportunity to look over the files of my future colleagues, I couldn't resist. I don't want to sound boastful, but silver level clearance has its advantages.
Monty winks.
See, this is where the wing selection comes into play. If I were to play a fellow Silverwing bureaucrat, I would not only have a unique dialogue choice, but later on, whenever clearance is needed to access information, I could just flash my silver badge and I would be given it without any questioning. Because it's my privilege as a Silverwing member. Let's ask what did he see in my file. I expect swords and IT work.
Monty makes a ring with his thumb and forefinger.
You were number 63,784 on the waiting list, but you were lucky enough to get into the dome after only 16 months. Besides that, zero, nada, absolutely nothing. You're a dark horse for both the Foundation and myself. How exactly did you end up in this wing?
Good with computers, good with mechanics, or just a nerd who likes comics? Sure. Let's go with nerd who likes comics.
James smiles condescendingly.
Yeah, my little schoolboy nephew's the same. He loves all those bizarre space travelers, like Captain... what's his name? Hyena? Or Hound? No matter. You two would get along well.
I am sometimes told that I do get along with younger people. Sure.
An uncomfortable silence rises between you, and Monty abruptly changes the subject. He taps the narrow illuminator panel with one finger.
Look, there's a storm rising. The lightning is strange. Green. Should lightning be green? This is my first sandstorm.
Anomaly, a general term for a variety of physicochemical, not psycho, okay, phenomena of uncertain nature, endemic to the dome. Recommended approach, steer clear or die. I'm not really sure how dying helps studying the anomalies, but okay. We still have an orange and a black wing person. Orange wing guys are criminals. And black wing guys are security. Let's start with the guy so we finish on the lady.
The orange is dressed in a new jumpsuit. The shiny badge on his chest reads Quentin Bisley, laborer. He's side-eyeing the screen skeptically. Despite his tired, grim expression, his gaze is open and friendly. However, the general impression is unmistakable. There's something frightening about Bisley.
Let's be very inappropriate and ask how he ended up in prison.
The orange's face stretches into a broad smile, bearing his dentures to the world.
Like everyone, duh. In a black car, under guard.
How very clever of him.
There's other guys, too. The ones who go through the front door.
He nods at the black wing woman beside him. Her nose wrinkles in displeasure, but she says nothing.
Sure. Let's ask about the bracelets.
Quentin raises his hands to examine the devices.
Oh.
They call them humane handcuffs. How about that? Truth is, there ain't nothing humane about them. They zap you real hard the moment you get your hands on a gun. But they sure look nice.
Bisley lowers his hands again and smirks.
Well, that would have presented an obstacle should I be a orange wing person myself. Then again, I don't really use guns, at least not yet.
A tall woman is watching an ad playing on the monitor, arms crossed. The polished to a shine badge on her black overalls reads Elsa Olafson, Security Service. She glances at you and offers her hand in a businesslike manner.
Greetings. Please take all necessary precautions. By that I mean, don't turn your back on him.
Elsa nods at the orange.
Let's ask what's so dangerous about him, since we didn't get this information at the
I
source.
just follow orders. Even if his crime was embezzlement, I have to keep him cuffed. Those are the rules.
Olafson shrugs in a sharp, mechanical way, as if racking the slide of an assault rifle.
She is sounding, at least, like my type of woman. Humane cuffs, a modern restraining device used while transporting Orange Wing employees. Consists of 2 small steel bracelets with a built-in taser that delivers a shock if the wearer handles or attempts to use a firearm.
Our friends from the administration didn't deign to inform me about this man's record. Could be I'm escorting a serial killer. It's corporate policy, you know.
She gives the Silver a vengeful look.
Oh yeah. Well, we are not a Silver, so we can't exactly force him to divulge. The Orange Man is a mystery. I'm pretty sure we are done with all the conversations. We can still use a monitor, I
Cronus
suppose.
Foundation presents gleaming, futuristic, state-of-the-art cities straight from the pages of science fiction. Well-paid, safe employment, career advancement opportunities, and a world-class social safety net. Noble and intellectually stimulating work in state-of-the-art laboratories. We're thrilled to welcome you to the Dome. Please hold on to the handrail and prepare for landing.
Are we going to land? Hold on. Okay. Oh. We can just leave through the door.
Porthole, you watch as the ground slowly approaches.
Hold on, I need to handle the cat while I'm doing this because she is being needy right now. She was at the vet and now she apologizes for causing trouble area.
Your eye is drawn to the cluttered eastern section of the dome, where you see a block of warehouses and something resembling an observation deck. The real dome doesn't resemble its image from the ads at all. There are no snow-white cities or vast highways to be seen here. Looking more closely, you can make out a single, lonely road leading north. A few sheds, a radar installation, and the glittering antenna of a radio tower emerge from the mists. Yes, engineers will have plenty of work here. Just as you're about to move away from the window, you notice a whirlwind beginning to form above the ochre plain. The gathering storm drifts unhurriedly above the desert, a crown of green lightning flashing at its core. Clearly no ordinary weather phenomenon. It must be one of those anomalies. You freeze by the window, unable to avert your gaze.
The whirlwind is one of the sandstorms. The desert under the dome is not very hospitable, and sandstorms here are quite common. Many scientists from the White Wing associate them with abnormal activity, but there is no direct evidence for this. We already know what an anomaly is. They are very common. Sure, let's watch the whirlwind till the landing.
The outlines of the landing site, blurred by clouds of dust, appear behind the greenish glass of the porthole. The capsule shudders as the braking devices engage.
Ah, so we are going down an elevator, okay. This is the end of the Cold War. The world economy now revolves around the dome and the study of its technologies. An effort shared among many nations, both capitalist and socialist. The world can rest easy. There will be no nuclear apocalypse, only collaboration in the interest of all mankind. This is a Pravda newspaper article. An excerpt from one, at least. There we go. Gotta open it myself, apparently.
Not now.
Not now.
Okay, yep, they are busy. Oh, hold on. That's a servo shell.
3. Wait, hold on a sec.
That's what I want. A shell to call my own.
Where do I put the loads?
Local equivalent
Come
of
here.
power
Come on
armor.
now, or you'll miss everything.
A cheerful man in a white lab coat grabs you by the sleeve. A badge reading Ludovico Nuzzi, scientific analyst, export department, dangles loosely on his clean uniform, which still smells pungently of washing powder.
Look over there.
He points upward with a sharp, wide gesture and hands you his field binoculars.
Sure, let's take him up on the
You
offer.
raise the binoculars to your eyes. Under fourfold magnification, the whirling cloud above the rust-colored plains looks even stranger. Its core glows with flickering green light and flashes rhythmically, and that rhythm seems to form a complicated pattern. Nuzzi bends close to your ear.
Fascinating. Do you want me to bring some filters? If we intercept the red and blue spectrums, we'll see something amazing. It's like a signal, some kind of message.
I don't have a reconnaissance skill, so let's ask him what is it precisely that I'm looking
I
at.
don't know.
Ludovico laughs unnervingly and snatches the binoculars from your hands.
Oh, that's just so
The
helpful.
binoculars raised to his eyes, he minutely adjusts the focus.
It's a massive whirlwind north of Concord, and not merely some desert sandstorm. That's an anomaly. I hope it lasts long enough for me to make a proper observation.
Scientific analyst, export department. Let's ask what that
The
means.
scientist looks blankly at you, then down at his lab coat.
Ah, this? This?
He lets out a blaring laugh. Ludovico points at the building behind him.
I work in Concord Station, categorizing relics. My job is to classify them by rarity. Then the blues package them, silvers issue the documentation, and oranges move them to the cargo capsule. Just like the one you arrived in.
Relics. Object of forefathers' material culture. Usually comes from a dark and mysterious dungeon.
Nuzzi points upward.
Then the capsule takes the relics way up there, all the way to the spire, then to crystal sands by the funicular. They get auctioned off and turned into money. It's not like I endorse this, but we all like ourselves a good paycheck, right?
Right. The spire is this station, basically. Transit station built around the aperture at the top of the dome. Relics are moved up to it, and capsules with new employees, food, and equipment descend from it. Crystal Sands is the city at the foot of the dome. We already know what that is. And the funicular is the elevator that takes you from the Crystal Sands to the spire.
He offers you his binoculars once again.
Do you want to have a look at the spire? It's amazing. But then you can look at the spire anytime. Now that sandstorm, that's what's truly amazing.
Let us bid him farewell.
Nuzzi looks from you to the capsule and to the landing terminal entrance. He flings his arms up.
Oh, mi scusi. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. You'd better get going or you'll be late for check-in. Your colleagues are already inside, and the storm is growing stronger. Yeah, the storm is growing stronger.
The white mutters in fascination, eyes glued
Ow.
to his binoculars, which is fixed on the spinning whirl of clouds.
Okay, sure. Let me get into the check-in. Whatever these phantasists call the dome, an alien colony ship, a gift to humanity from another world, or remnants of Atlantis, a prison for dark forces, a magical laboratory of the ancient Egyptians. Personally, I think the definition doesn't matter. What we're going to do with it, that's what matters. This is the Universe Talks broadcast. Or an excerpt thereof. This game has one major problem that many people bring up. Every fucking container You need to check them all. Because the loot is random. And most of it is important. Do I need any of this? A broken toilet is a container. We are going to have a brief pause from the story so I can actually steal everything that can be removed from its current location. I think I'm done. I could use Monty James's suitcase, but let's have a talk with Tuyen Yuan. Ah, there we go. Sadly, the narrator has stopped assisting me, so... The young blue is closely studying a communication schematic in his keras. A bundle of wires is hanging from an open fuse box nearby. He smells strongly of cheap cigarettes. His shiny badge says, Tuyen Yuan, Communications Engineer.
How can I help?
Let's ask him what he's doing. He taps lightly on the screen. I'm trying to calculate the optimal route for telecommunication cables. These cables connect the entire dome. Here at Concord, they form a hub and run up to the spire. The cable is the only thing connecting the dome to civilization. As it happened, and if it happens to break... Now, we can have a summary of the political situation in this setting. After the dome was discovered in 1971, and with the beginning of international cooperation on its development, a thaw ensued in the Cold War. The Doomsday Clock minute hand has been pushed back and now shows 18 minutes before midnight. I'm not sure what that's a reference to, but sure. The engineer looks at you meaningfully. My mission is to ensure a stable connection and secure line, which is impossible without proper documentation. The way they're doing it here is a shame. A person could do time for that back where I come from. Okay. Say that you don't see a point of his complaint. Ask what about it is a shame in his opinion. Sure, let's ask what about it is a shame. Yuan assumes a disapproving expression. The cables are laid improperly, and various factors are negatively affecting the signal strength. Wild animals damage the equipment as well. With a developed professional culture and a quality control system, most of these problems could be solved in short order. What animals? They don't tell you new ones much. I suppose it's because of some security order, but in my opinion, this whole thing reeks of sabotage. And in theory, some silvers should be imprisoned for that. Sorry, I got distracted. You were asking about animals. Wolpers. Huge bald shrews. Very unpleasant creatures. Can I help you with anything else? Let's ask him about Concord. Tugs at his blue collar. The idea itself is impressive, but the execution suffered some failures. It's obvious the capitalistic system is obsolete and cannot support such grand-scale projects. Of course he would say the capitalism is to blame. Yuan bids you farewell with firm handshake. Thank you for understanding. I'm not used to getting distracted and sloppy, especially on such an important issue. He returns to his calculations.
Mr. Rayhead, would you bring me a cup of coffee, please? Colleague? Well, never mind.
Okay. Dean Rayhead, that's fine. And there is Monty. We've met previously. Let's talk to the dean.
Hello, come
Or
up to the desk.
not the
The
dean.
tall receptionist watches you from behind his desk with a bored, haughty look. He waves impatiently at you to approach. The employee glances at you indifferently. His upper lip is ever so slightly curled in contempt.
Oh, I love this person already.
All new employees must register first thing. Come up to the desk, please.
The nameplate on the desk tells you you're talking with Dean Rayhet, administrator.
Dean. Fuck you,
The
Dean.
administrator slaps himself on the forehead.
Ah, I almost forgot the regulation pre-registration greeting. Just a second.
Rayhet produces a reel-to-reel tape recorder from beneath the desk, rewinds the tape to the beginning, and presses play. The speakers explode with a harsh, crackling sound, over which the tick-tick of a metronome slowly grows louder. Solemn music begins to play, and the administrator's face takes on a serious expression.
Dear employee, on behalf of the Cronus Foundation, I, Administrator Dean Rayhet, welcome you to your new life under the dome.
The administrator clears his throat and continues.
By joining our company, you choose the path of science and progress. You are among mankind's best, and we ask that you live up to this.
Dean squints down at the monitor.
Deserve this title. Do your job honestly. Obey the law. Respect your colleagues and
The music fades, and the administrator finishes his speech.
together we will build the best possible future for all mankind.
Dean puts the tape recorder away.
Now that we're done with the official greeting, I'll register you and upgrade your Selectron. Okay?
A Selectron is an electronic key, an ID. A program embedded in the Selectron grants access to certain areas depending on your wing and rank. This is once again where the wing selection comes into play. Let's see. Sure, I am ready for the
Dean's
registration.
hands hover over the keyboard. He gives you a nod.
Dictate
You
information.
spell out your first and last names and specify your wing, profession, and test results. The administrator's fingers fly across the keyboard as he enters your information into the Cronus database. Rayhet scans the computer screen.
So your position in the waiting list was 63,784. You've been assigned to Magellan Station. A special bus will bring you there after a series of briefings. Please pass me your Selectron so I can update the firmware.
Dean snaps the docking port of your pass to a recess in the casing of his computer. The administrator returns your Selectron.
Now you have first-level clearance for a Blue Wing employee. You have access to storage, the repair bays, and various workshops. Your Selectron also has a built-in universal key that opens the hatches accessing the air shafts.
Dean continues.
All new employees have a short list of tasks to perform on arrival. Do you want to hear all the details or just the short version?
Let's go for the short version.
Rayhet snorts.
To make it short, get your uniform from storage, your weapons from the armory, pass the Psi abilities test, and complete your weapons training at the training zone. Then learn how to use the scanner, avoid anomalies, and properly catalog anything you observe. Last, go to the waiting room and wait for the bus to Magellan.
So basically, do your fucking tutorial.
Sits back in his armchair.
That's it. I hope there aren't any questions.
Rayhet
Nope, none at
claps
all.
his hands in satisfaction.
Great.
He reaches for the tape recorder, but thinks better of it.
Protocol calls for a little welcoming preamble, but dash it all, that's nonsense. Welcome to Concord Station.
As he's about to turn away, Dean suddenly remembers something.
Oh yes, I sent your mail to your Kairos. Check your new messages. Well, that's all, I think.
Great. I believe I can actually check my mail somewhere in here. Yep, there's quests, there's messages. This is basically a summary of the tutorial tasks. There is a little bit of stuff that's tutorials I probably don't want to read. Yeah. And quests. My story, newcomer to Concord. This is a summary of what I did so far. We will probably be reading through this whenever we start a new stream. For now, this is okay. And this is a quest. Step 5. Okay, find instructor. Yep, learn how to use psi abilities. I don't have any. Let's have a chat with
Thought
Monty.
this would happen.
A silver wearing thick, glittering spectacles is sitting on an orange couch, nervously fingering his badge, which reads Monty James. A large suitcase rests at his feet, with a leaflet about the dome perched on top.
Good day to you.
Ah, it's you. How do you like the inside of the dome? I haven't really seen the inside of the dome, so let's go with number 1. My first impression is unfortunately not very positive. They forgot to add my name to the new recruit manifest. Can you imagine? Sure, let's offer to help him out. Are you for real? That would be incredibly kind of you. Maybe my optimism about this place and people working here was justified after all. I evidently have cheered him up a little bit. I believe this is the terminal I need to use. Now, hilarious as that would be, let's not be mean. The guy has it hard enough in his life anyway. He's a bureaucrat. You enter Monty James's data into the system. Nothing that the registration form for Silver has several extra fields. Apparently, Cronus sees its managers as a special caste. Once you've double-checked your input, you press send. With a beep, the system accepts the data and redirects you to the main menu. We can download personal mail. We don't need to do this. We can check the news and check my employment status. Sure. Blue Wing level 1. Assignment procedural actions. Fair enough. Any news? A mishmash of symbols fills the screen. Taking a closer look, you realize the characters represent a photo. The image depicts a small flaming ball floating above the laboratory workbench. 3 figures stand behind it. Scientists, presumably, but you cannot make out their faces. Because it's SC art. James, are you fine? Sure, let's report our success. Monty takes off his spectacles, rests them on a cushion beside him, and envelops you with a big hug. He puts his glasses back on. Thank you for such an impressive example of cooperation with a stranger. Perhaps the dome really is a special place. I got a hug and he forgot his suitcase. It's locked. I can force my way in. I will get some fatigue though. Sure, let's try. We have folded clothes. Dome is your new home leaflet. And some combons, which is the official currency used everywhere under the dome. A little bit like my company script. Fatigue 100. What is fatigue? Hold on. Character. Where's fatigue? Oh, maybe I can find out more from the tutorials. Info, terminals, no. Low intelligence dialogue. If during character creation brain stat is set to values of 1 or 2, the protagonist will be incapable of meaningful dialogue. Often this leads to unexpected results. Some quests become unavailable, while in others new options get unlocked. Relations with character change as well. While communicating with an intellectually challenged protagonist, some of them might show a hidden side. But there is nothing about fatigue, at least not yet. Well, that's unfortunate. I'll have to learn what it is later. Probably sometime when it becomes relevant. Dig requires a shovel at the end. Bolt throwing, probably needed. Scan, I think that's automated. I can probably just get rid of all of this. No, I cannot. Shit. Okay. Mine clearance, that's a skill that I have. Wrench throwing, also a skill that I have. Let's shovel this shit to the end. There we go. Okay, Cronus propaganda, sure. Any containers I need to check? As well. Nothing. Let's search some boxes. Matches, sure, might as well. Sydney Maynard and Anna Leroy. Let's have a chat with Anna.
Well, hello there.
You see a slim, cheekbony silver woman with a red warning lamp in her hands. On the lapel of her perfectly ironed suit is a badge that says Anna Leroy, Administrator. The girl waves her lamp in the air, trying to attract some attention. Valued employees, according to the Administrative Order of September 14, 1976, the waiting area may be accessed through the regular staff corridor. Please be advised that this rule does not apply to newly arrived employees. She pauses and begins to cough. Shit, I should cut down on the smokes. Good day, new employee. Can I go through the hall to the waiting room? She gives me a poke with her warning lamp, forcing me to take a few steps back. Am I speaking gibberish or what? This rule does not apply to newbies. You need to go for training and... She begins to cough. Sure.
Have a good one.
You know, I actually want to do the tutorial because I don't remember much.
Behind the storage counter, you see a small, neat guy. His gingery hair shines with something like brilliantine. His badge says, Sydney Maynard, storekeeper.
Okay.
The silver perks up at your approach. A thick logbook appears at once from under the counter. Sydney puts on thick glasses that seem to age him 5 decades in an instant and studies the lined pages.
Right.
The silver finally stops and pins down a particular page with his finger.
This is your first uniform requisition, right? You can also purchase any equipment you need for the desert directly from me.
Maynard adjusts his glasses in a businesslike manner.
Before I give you the uniform, please listen to these short instructions.
Sure thing.
Sydney fiddles with his hairstyle.
So, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Life under the dome can be dangerous. You may get shot, spill acid on yourself, get electrocuted, or suffer the effects of a dangerous anomaly. You may also freeze to death or get fried.
And all of these have their own little explanation. Mechanical damage. This type of damage includes gunshot wounds as well as injuries inflicted by melee weapons and one received during hand-to-hand combat. Mechanical resistance is responsible for the ability to withstand injuries of this type. Biochemical damage. This type of damage includes exposure to harmful chemicals and pathogens, insect bites, poisoning of all types, damage from cigarettes and medical substances. Electrocuted. Energy damage. This type of damage includes electric shocks, exposure to charged matter, and injuries sustained from energy weapons. Anomaly. Psionic damage. This type of damage includes the one caused by psi anomalies, psi abilities, anomalies, direct or indirect effects of the maelstrom. Freeze to death. Cryogenic damage. This type of damage includes frostbite resulting from exposure to anomalies, cooling chemicals, refrigeration equipment, and weather conditions. Get fried. Heat damage. This damage includes burns caused by an open flame, explosion, hot objects, or corresponding anomalies.
That's why it's important to wear protective equipment when traveling outdoors. Of course, in hazardous situations, the equipment will get damaged, and the more it's damaged, the more often one has to repair it.
The Silver steps back from his counter to indicate the repair kit boxes piled in the back of the warehouse. He points back at the shelves behind him.
We've got repair kits for this gear. There are Blue Wing specialists ready to help you at any large base, of course, but they're not always available. So you'd better learn how to use repair kits and workbenches on your own. It's a useful skill.
I happen to be a Blue Wing, so I happen to also have that useful skill.
Sidney rests the logbook on the desk.
That's all the instructions. Now I'm going to issue your uniform.
The Silver disappears into the back for a while and returns with a small package. Unfolding the package, Maynard shows you a brand spanking new uniform. Sidney half unfolds the clothes. A jacket, high boots, and turnip pants with patch pockets.
The technician's uniform screams function over fashion. Parts of the uniform are rubberized to protect you while working with electricity.
He raises a finger.
One more important thing. In accordance with Order 16-225, helmets and gloves are not issued, but they're available for purchase from me. Please bear in mind that a full set includes headgear or a mask, jacket, trousers, gloves, and boots.
Sidney hands you the package.
Here's your uniform. Enjoy.
Let's see what he
Sidney
has for
adjusts
sale.
his glasses.
Sure, I'll show you what we've got.
Sidney scribbles something in his logbook.
Please come back anytime if you need something.
In true garbage game fashion, I have a lot of trash that is there only for me to sell to someone. Hold on. Yeah, this is also crap. And what I want is probably the work gloves. Or the night watch cap. No, I can't afford the cap. Tech. Initiative. I don't care about initiative. Contraptions. Light weapons. I didn't really get a weapon yet. A soldier's belt. There are ways to boost my initiative if I really wanted to. The only thing I can afford is the work gloves. Or the isolator engineered gloves. Not sure if I'm interested in either of those. Huh. Let's just sell what I can sell. And see if I actually need something after I'm done with the tutorial. Boots. Pants, jacket. Not quite the armored one I would have wanted. My pocket PC, I cannot get rid of it. My personal ID, I cannot get rid of it. And yeah, utility items. Can't get rid of those either. Don't remember if you can dual wield, but you do have 2 slots for weaponry. Any container I can steal from? I could try to convince her that I can skip this thing. You know what? Let's try and convince her anyway, because I see loot in there.
So, where were we?
Oh god, come on. Don't forget to sign a waiver. Just
I hope to
go.
see you again soon.
Yeah, we're here just to steal this, which is a throwing weapon. And I think after that, I can just... I really wish they have at least had the decency to make those items not be empty when you check them. We're going to steal everything we can steal from here. We're not gonna go there. Or maybe we should. Because at least here there is another box. Check. Well, nothing in it. A door control panel and a locked door. Ah, I see. That's in case I want to make my shortcuts elsewhere. Sure, let's open it up. There we go. And now I'm going to actually follow the tutorial because I want my weapon and whatnot. Game seems a little bit quiet.
Did you mark it as class 1 again instead of 2? Look, here's the scanner data.
Oh hey, Katarzyna. It's a Polish name.
Wait, but it's
Well,
still
let me
class
reload
one.
my ears,
I'm
because
not going to violate
I
protocol.
think it's the cause of the sound being gone.
As long as it benefits the company. Take your lead from your colleagues. Correct your report if you have to, and don't act so innocent.
There we go.
That's too fragile. Tell Noyan the relic should go out with today's flight.
Margarita
The smell
Tkachenko.
of good tobacco wafts off this tall, portly woman from a meter away. A black lacquered pipe, an open logbook full of signatures, and a metal flip calendar sit on the counter in front of her. A small nameplate reads, Margarita Tkachenko. The woman fixes her coppery hair with one hand and casually lights her pipe.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Her voice is deep and gravelly.
I wish to acquire my personal weapon.
Margarita thumbs back a couple of pages in her logbook.
I see. This was your first receipt.
She glances at her Kairos, looks at you, snorts, and retreats to the shelves. The black returns a couple of minutes later with a big baton.
Here you go. This thing's indispensable in close combat.
She swipes the baton through the air, then rolls it between her hands with clear satisfaction.
Like it? Enjoy.
Can I get the sword?
Unperturbed, the black covers the weapon she's just put on the counter with her large, soft hand.
No, it is then. What would you like instead?
Oh. Oh, I just get to pick what I want. Well, in that case, we are going to stick to the baton.
Margarita draws on her pipe. Margarita lets out a big puff of smoke and shakes her head.
Shift it to the side, silly Billy, or you'll trip over it.
What are the drawbacks of my weapon?
Tkachenko removes the pipe from her mouth and releases a stream of smoke.
Yes, this thing has one drawback. It doesn't shoot.
That's very unfortunate.
The black chuckles.
Listen, a baton is a baton.
The armorer shrugs, puffing indifferently on her pipe.
It's the least I could do. We have a requisition list from the Silvers. For free, you receive only rubbish. If you want the real deal, check out the weaponry shop. Or me.
Ooh. Ooh. Well, she's a little bit older, but she is also a redhead. Weapons, equipment, and other items have a different quality. High-quality items are more expensive, less common, and have better characteristics or useful properties.
Margarita points at the baton in your hands.
As you can see, it requires no ammo. That's a plus. There's so much bureaucracy around here, it's easier to find or barter for ammo, or even craft it on your own.
Leaning over the counter, the black points somewhere off to one side.
Now it's time for your training. Fatherby is already waiting for you by the big gate. He's a bit dotty, but a good man nonetheless. But before the training zone, go see that wizard guy with his toothpicks. Be careful around him, though. Don't let him pitch you a line. Psychic my ass.
She winces in disgust.
Well, sure. Judge Bat Nightstick. 11 to 12 mechanical damage. Some blacks affectionately call this weapon Baby, and you'd best stay away from that lot. This baton is covered in hard rubber and has a solid rod inside with a sliding weight to make it strike harder. Ah, I see. So those things aren't illegal yet. The wrenches for throwing wrenches. This is a healing item of some description. And this is energy weapon ammunition. No, it's actually for operating machinery. Huh. I wonder if this has any use other than selling it for the hefty amount of change that it is worth. Well, in either case, I have my baton. Oh, we can chat with Andre. Let's do that.
A lean silver with thick black hair and a huge cigar clamped in his teeth is sitting in front of you. As you approach, he flashes a sly grin and slowly raises an outstretched hand above the table. Something really weird happens. All the paper clips, pencils, scattered toothpicks, and bits of trash float up from the table and hang in the air. The silver badge reading Andre Mihai, Science Instructor, floats up as well.
Let's approach casually.
Here for the briefing, huh? Shall we get to it?
He takes the cigar out of his mouth and exhales a lush cloud of smoke.
Sure, let's go for this psionic
The silver
briefing.
props his elbows on the table.
Anyway, here's the deal. It's more profitable for people with a high psyche to study psionics. Give me your hand.
Not waiting for an answer, he grabs your hand with strong, dark fingers. Andre gropes your hand briefly, then lets go, disappointed.
The pills, huh? The anti-migraine, sleeping pills, neuroleptics, downers. What do you mean you don't take them? Well, off you go then. That means no talent, huh? Why waste time? No wasting time now. But alas, regulations demand it, so I'll give you a glove too. Regulations, huh?
The silver takes a thin glove covered in talc from his desk and passes it to you.
Look, a glove, right? But it isn't just a glove. This is an ooh mama hold me tight glove. It takes energy from your noggin, your psyche, and pew concentrates it.
He counts off on his fingers.
Learn psionics. Put on the glove. Transform energy into the necessary shape. That's the whole briefing. Simple? Simple. Now to your questions, huh?
Let's ask about the psionics and their
The silver
origins.
takes a pull at his cigar and releases a self-important puff of smoke.
Psionics. It's a gift for all of us. The forefathers took off someplace. Poof, gone. Only the dome remains. And this. Psionics, huh?
He rocks back in his armchair, puffing on his cigar. The toothpicks again slowly rise up from the table. Mihai spreads his dark hands. Toothpicks hover around his head in a kind of halo.
Scientists say everyone has an organic skill called psyche. You have it, I have it, everyone has it, huh? Big psyche, you got talents. Small psyche, no talents. You'll need to carry a lighter all your life.
Ah, well, that's unfortunate. But I did tank my psyche so I could put more points elsewhere. My psyche is... I have 0 resistance, that's unfortunate. And the stat itself is at 2. It could have been at 1, but I feel bad about going all the way on attribute dumping. So I always keep 1. A glove. It does psionic damage. I'm surprised I can even use it at all, honestly. Considering my psychic talents are non-existent. Yeah, I have 0. But so long as it's below 5, that doesn't really matter, apparently. I don't have any other ranged weapons right now, so
They'll take the
sure.
appropriate measures. I hate those oranges. What the hell do they break locks for?
Oh, he hates oranges. How unfortunate.
An engineer in a bright blue jacket is tinkering with the door lock, cursing under his breath non-stop. Blowing a curly strand of hair off his forehead, he turns to you.
You're a newcomer, right? It's a straight-up open house here today.
He offers you his hand. According to his badge, this is Maxim Penkovsky, technician. The technician slaps the door with one hand.
You have to wait until I'm done. Some orange jammed up the lock with chewing gum just for a laugh. They're like animals, those oranges, marking their territory. If you ask me, they're too gracious about those bastards in Crystal Sands.
Yeah. They are criminals, so... let's ask about opening the door.
Grunts angrily.
I wish I could. I'm gonna have to disassemble, clean, and reassemble it to get it working. It's work I don't need, and all thanks to some idiot.
Maxime extracts a thin, sharp, precision probe from behind his ear and dangles it in front of you.
Though there's another way. You want to learn something about picking locks? It's a useful skill in all sorts of situations.
He looks at you expectantly.
Sure, let's take him up on the offer.
blues
This is a
game
tutorial
soon.
after all.
All right, looky here.
Penkovsky presses his pick lock, and an odd device resembling a hybrid of a screwdriver and a can opener into your hand.
Using a mechanical pick lock is easy peasy. No special skill required. They wear out after a few locks. While the old-fashioned kind is another thing entirely. Cheap, one use. But one has to know how to use it right. That's a tool for a master.
Maxime takes out another pick lock and crouches by the door. He gives you a quick lesson on how to pick a lock.
By the way, you can carry your tools in your belt. It's much handier to have them right there.
Penkovsky shows you his utility belt, where he keeps all kinds of tools and gadgets.
Each Cronus employee has a versatile belt in which one may carry and quickly access medical supplies, tools, and other equipment. The belt is accessible from your inventory in the lower right corner of the character
Actually,
panel.
finding tools under the dome is no problem at all. There are even devices for hacking terminals and so on.
Maxime the Blue solemnly raises his index finger.
And one more thing. Always use brand name stuff if you can. Groovy produces good kits. Modus and Supercolor do too. They've all got fat contracts with Cronus, so they care about quality.
He
Okay.
looks at the door again.
Damn these locks. Though I'd rather be doing this than fixing hab pods. Those are a real pain in the ass.
Huh. Hab pods, he says.
Penkovsky gives you a patronizing look.
Because they're poorly made, warped from the heat, and the filters aren't worth a damn. The modules were constructed by marketing managers, not engineers. Building a city in the desert was also their idea. This project is all about PR. Cronus wants to show the world how tough they are.
Right. Can I open this door? I can bash
Get a
it.
lockpick and attach it to your
I
utility belt,
can...
and then, apply it to the door. Yes, apply is the proper word.
I don't have a sufficient ability score. I can just break it down. I don't think he would approve, but... Wait, does this have hit points?
Get a lock pick
Yes,
and
it
attach
does.
to your utility belt. And then, damn it! I told you to pick the lock, not to break the door. Do you have any idea how many forms I'll have to fill out to get a new one from the warehouse?
Ah, oops. Hold on. This is removes fatigue. I'll probably be using those manually from the... No, wait. Oh, thank God. I want to remove this. How do I remove it? Auto lockpick. Simple lockpick. Perception and deafness. Oh, so they gave me some drugs to help out with the lockpicking. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Combat. Melee. Oh, it'll show up here whether it's relevant. Right. Desperate attack. And wear down. Doesn't deal damage. Increases target's fatigue. Or by 400 in case of back attack.
Welcome Under the Dome, an amazing excursion to a world of new technology and the riddles of an ancient civilization. Listen to this information, useful for all wings, and receive a colorful leaflet.
Okay.
Come on,
Hello,
don't
ma'am.
be shy.
The young woman's polished badge reads Leticia Rivares. She's carrying a stack of glossy leaflets under her arm. You see another stack of leaflets on a nearby armchair. She pounces on you. Welcome to the Dome. I have useful information for all technical department employees. The Silver smiles broadly. My name is Leticia Rivares. Give me 5 minutes of your precious time and I'll tell you all about the remarkable career opportunities and breathtaking perspectives awaiting you under the Dome. Don't turn me down, this is important. Sure, let's agree to listen. She beams with pride. Great, take a seat, please, and I'll tell you how Cronus will change your life. She tosses her free arm in the air with excitement. Exploring the Dome is a mission of massive complexity, and its success depends on the technicians, engineers, and programmers of Blue Wing. We are happy to welcome you under the Dome. Here you will find the best equipment from the best suppliers, modern vehicles, advanced telecommunication networks, and the latest computers. To aid you in your work with advanced technology, we also provide each employee with a portable computer. She produces her keys from a pocket to illustrate. Assuming an unconvincing smile, she continues. If you have an engineering mentality and are fond of solving complex problems, Blue Wing will be paradise for you. Snooker and beer on Fridays. Thank you for choosing Blue Wing. She falls silent and looks at you expectantly. Let's just be polite and thank her for the speech. She blushes slightly. I am glad you liked it. Usually people don't see how important this stuff is. The girl offers you a colorful booklet. If you were honestly interested in the speech, maybe you'd like to look for the leaflet, The Dome as Your New Home, an exciting read for the entire family. I'm pretty sure no family will be involved, but I'll take a leaflet. You take a glossy leaflet with a color of her picture on the cover. White and pink houses, palm trees, and luxurious cars. You can't actually find all these things under the dome, though the picture is beautiful. The instant the leaflet is in your hand, Rivares offers you a couple more. How about a few more for your friends? No? Well, alright. The leaflet is... it's garbage. I do get 2 of them. There was one more I had before. I can just sell them for a coin.
You see a tall scientist in a white lab coat, bathed in the dim lamplight. He almost appears to be hovering above the laboratory floor. The man turns at your footsteps. He's holding a paper clipboard and a pencil. His shimmering silver badge reads Sebastian Van Olden. He glances from you to the glittering watch on his wrist.
I want us to respect one another's time. Please speak loudly, clearly, and to the point. You must be the newcomer I was told about. Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Finished with his unusual greeting, he offers you his thin hand.
Let's be polite again. Greet him and ask
The
for the
scientist
briefing.
puts the clipboard aside, raises his watch for a closer look, and sets the timer. He shows you his watch dial.
According to the rules of this briefing, I have to touch on a large number of topics. Therefore, I will do so very briefly. Do not interrupt me. When I'm finished, I'll answer your questions. Within regulations, of course.
Sebastian produces his handheld and clicks some buttons.
I checked your scanner. It's working and is connected to the Minerva database. Everything you scan will earn you Chronos or Forefathers knowledge points.
Minerva, a decentralized computing system that facilitates information flow throughout the dome. Created by Siamese twins Sid and Phil. And that certainly was reflected in its design.
The instructor watches you with displeasure.
Are you listening? Scan everything that might be of scientific interest. First of all, anomalies. They could be dangerous. Make sure to always have medication with you.
He places a canvas pouch in your hand.
This pouch is full of bolts. You can temporarily discharge an anomaly by throwing a bolt into it. It's primitive, but reliable.
Van Olden pushes a button on his stopwatch.
So, my oral briefing fell within the allotted span of time. Any questions you want to ask me?
I'm pretty sure he gets annoyed after I ask too many of those. So let's ask about the interesting things, which is, what the hell is Minerva?
Sebastian snorts skeptically.
Oh, great. You're even ignorant of the basics. Minerva is a mainframe located at Magellan Base, where you'll be going soon, by the way.
The main station of the North Sector. The majority of new employees are sent here before relocation to other
The
facilities.
Minerva disk stores the database containing every piece of information about the Dome and the company's employees. It is thanks to this scanning that the database is constantly updated. Are you ready for the second part of the briefing, or do you have any more questions?
The instructor looks at his chronometer again.
Let's ask about useful medications for researching
You'll need
anomalies.
some one-use stimulator injectors, bandages to stop bleeding, and anti-radiation agents and radio protectors, including ARAD-3.
The white ticks these off on his fingers. He produces a black-capped, transparent plastic jar out of his pocket.
According to protocol, you should have this medicine. I'll give it to you as soon as we proceed to the practical part of the briefing. Are you ready, by the way, or do you have any questions?
Yeah, let's keep going. Let's not annoy him any more than necessary.
The scientist glances at his watch again.
You're within the time limit for questions. The next step is training in the artificial eco-zone.
He rests one finger on the button in preparation to start the timer.
You're going to go downstairs and scan relics. I will be monitoring your progress. Please note there are several radioactive anomalies in the eco-zone. These are the same conditions you'll be working in the field. Radioactive zones and relics are quite common under the dome.
He smoothly extracts a jar of yellow pills from his pocket.
Here's your ARAD-3. And one more thing. Just a moment.
Okay.
Under the Dome, an amazing excursion to a world of new technology and the riddles of an ancient civilization. Listen to this information, useful for all wings, and receive a colorful
Please stand by for decontamination to end.
Right on this spot. Sounds like a sci-fi story, but we aren't strangers to sci-fi here. The detailed plans are...
Van Olden gestures back at the eco-zone.
You haven't completed scanning everything yet. Finish the task.
Okay, fine. Can I scan like this? Oh, it'll just make me walk up to it. That's unfortunate. That should be safe.
Be careful around the anomalies. Touch one of them and you'll be injured. Toss a bolt at the anomaly. Journal entry. A successful scanning attempt. You're doing all right so far. Go ahead.
Hold on. Can I find a shovel?
Screw it up.
With me, Victoria Legrand. As you can see, there are endless
There's some boxes. There's a relic. Hold on, I can just go into his room, can I not? This isn't crime, it would tell me if it was. No, wait. Let's leave this, because I don't know if it's going to actually help. Military grade medkit. Boom. Relic storage. Unidentified relic. Increases evasion but reduces saved AP amount. Sure, why not? Temple lamp, a leaflet. Dome's anomalies. It's no secret that the Dome regularly surprises its researchers. We at Cronus prefer to deal with problems rationally. All surprises must be recorded in studies and the results copied into the appropriate regulatory documents. Our employees' lives depend on it. One of the most common hazards under the Dome is anomalies. The origin and mechanism of action are still being studied by the committee's best minds, but one thing is certain: you must always be on your guard in their vicinity. First, do not approach any type of anomaly without protective equipment. Ionizing radiation is the most frequent danger posed by these phenomena. In addition, electric shock, an alternating gravity field, airborne toxin, or spontaneous combustion can occur. Remember, Cronus insurance only partially covers medical expenses. In the case of damage to your health, purchase medication from certified vendors. If you must traverse... Hold on. If you must traverse an anomaly's area of effect, the committee scouts recommend using standard bolts. Anomalies tend to respond to the movement of physical bodies of almost any size. Throwing a bolt from a safe distance will trip the anomaly, after which the reboot phase begins. Until this phase is complete, the volume around the anomaly is relatively safe. Note: Blue Wing urges you not to remove bolts from working equipment, and do not purchase them from Orange Wing employees. If needed, contact the warehouse for supplies.
Welcome
I'm
under the dome.
pretty sure they come... No, they actually have a limit. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, they come with a skill, sure. And I can slot this in here. What's saved AP? The number of action points that may be saved for next turn. Starting, yeah, action, yep, maximum. Oh, I see. Well, this isn't going to happen, because I can only save up to 2. If I figured out a way to save more, then sure, yeah, I could, but... Hold on, I have medkits, so let's put those in. There we go.
An amazing excursion to a world
A container. Okay, sure. Let's grab this thing. Unidentified relic. Provides additional resistance. Oh, that's actually nicer than what I have right now. Because this one doesn't come with any penalties, even if the benefits are small. And I'm not very deft, so evasion is going to be my weak point anyway. A terminal. some messages displayed on the screen. From Natalie Benhoff to George Zarens. Dear program operators, kindly familiarize yourself with the August 1976 report. Number of active program participants among employees 1,217, of which 156 are new. Issued 7,404 Cronus points. Issued 18,924 Forefather points. Drugs issued for a total amount of 370,773 compounds, I'm going to assume. Comparative analysis of median data over the past 6 months indicates that the number of program participants continues to grow at a high rate. Among the main reasons are the effective explanatory work carried out by the project operators, as well as the explosive growth in the number of discoveries and mined relics at the O10 Ankara and C12 Nashville sites. Attention, this message is sent automatically. Okay. This doesn't really tell me much yet. The White Wing employee is whispering something, his eyes lifted to the ceiling. He doesn't even notice you. His coat is covered in multicolored stains and paint splotches. Even his badge, reading George Zarnes, is blotted with something pink.
Greetings.
The professor jerks his head up and squints nearsightedly. Yes, you are looking for a scientific curator? You found him. I can exchange your scientific data for incentive rewards. Let's not bother this guy yet. I don't think I care much about what he has to offer. Let's scan this relic.
Don't touch the relics with your hands, employee. Use your
scanner. Right.
Radiation sickness will not add to your knowledge. Journal entry. 2 objects scanned. And again, watch out for anomalies. Touch one and you'll be injured. Toss a bolt at the journal entry. All 3 objects have been successfully scanned.
There we go.
Come upstairs, employee.
Now, I did take some radiation, but I know that this thing can cure me. Step under the sprayer, rapidly evaporating the chemicals. Yep, sure. The manipulating hanging above you performs an injection, leaving a tidy, slightly bleeding point. You hear the metallic voice again. Yep, sure, restore health. Perfect. And it costs me nothing.
Sebastian meets you on the platform.
Your finishing time is within the acceptable range.
That's very interesting considering the detour through his room.
He clicks the stopwatch button, fixing the result time. The scientist turns back to his notes.
Not bad. One question. You observed several anomalies while scanning. Why do you think they appeared? I'd like to hear your opinion.
Let's go with the bluing answer. Suggest the anomalies can sense electronics.
The scientist assumes a superior expression.
I knew you'd come up with something like that. I see you understand nothing about the nature of anomalies. So let me add a couple of points.
He glances at the shimmering blue light in the eco-zone.
The truth is, we don't know the precise reason for these phenomenon either. We actually know nothing, no matter how much we try to convince ourselves otherwise.
Sebastian points a thin finger at the clustered lightning.
I personally believe that the anomalies are the dome's security mechanism. The ones you saw are relatively harmless, but there are different anomalies in the desert, phenomenon that toy with the human mind.
Van Olden clasps his hands behind his back.
I know you don't care, but I'll say it anyway. Scientists today are required to be wonder workers who can heal cancer with a wave of their hand and solve the secrets of the universe during their coffee break. For some reason, no one wants to understand that fundamental science is always an investment in the future. It produces no answers here and now.
The White's gaze strays back to his clipboard.
If something terrible happens under the dome one day, and I'm sure it will, science will protect no one. That is all. Off you go.
He is being surprisingly reasonable for a stuck-up. I do have some Cronus points now, do I not? I have reputation with the Blue Wing because I'm part of it, even though it suffered when I broke the door. And Silvers like me for helping Monty. Where do I check my points? Codec on relics. Yeah. Don't care about those. There's some more tutorials, but nothing on fatigue. So I still don't know what exactly that does. I wish I had a shovel. Because then I could dig up this shit.
I don't know about you. Please stand by for decontamination to end.
This is Victoria.
Let's see.
And receive a colorful leaflet.
Oh, I could steal from his locker. And the safe would be stealing, so I can't do that, sadly. But the locker... Ah, shit. Hold on. Flower pot? It had some change. Right now I really need the change, so I might as well. Handful of earth. Let's not pick that up. Can't open this without causing trouble. Oh, hold on, trash bin. This is an RPG, so trash bins usually have something nice in them, and they do. Empty bottle and empty can, but those can be sold for cash.
An amazing excursion to a world of new technology and
some change on top.
Sounds like a sci-fi story.
Winston Botherby. Hello, friend.
Middle-aged Black is sitting behind the counter with his hands in his lap. The buttons and zippers on his uniform are polished to a shine, and even his badge, Winston Botherby, Instructor, has been buffed so much it hurts to look at it. Botherby frowns as you approach.
Your first act is being late for the briefing. You going to be late for your funeral as well?
I might well be.
The
Sure.
Black looks you over.
Yes, I see the weapon received check mark. Looks like you are fully prepared to disappoint me. You are prepared, right, employee?
Sure.
Botherby leans over the counter
Might as well.
and directs you to the doors.
Behind this door is a combat simulation computer. Launch it and begin your course.
Hold on. Does he have anything I might want? He has a gun. That would be too expensive for me to buy. He has a belt. He has some ammo. You know what? I can probably sell him the trash I accumulated. I don't need booze. I might need the antiseptic. I'm tempted to sell the relic. But I don't think he can afford it, so... There we go.
He raises his index finger.
The conditions in the training zone closely simulate those one would experience in the field. Your goal is to avoid getting lost and dying of dehydration. And try to aim the barrel away from yourself when shooting.
Pulling a notepad from his pocket, the instructor jots down your name.
Your goal is to hit 3 targets. I'm going to monitor you and advise as necessary. And try not to burst into tears. That's all.
Salute and leave. Wait, which way am I supposed to? Door to training grounds. Public terminal. Enter Alpha to initiate Alpha Squad hologram. Proceed to training zone. Uh-huh. Okay, so I've got AP. I can probably use the psionic thing to make this a little bit quicker. Oh, that's so rude of him. What the fuck? This was my first shot at all. The fuck? Ugh. Sure, let's slap this thing twice. Oh, great. They are going to just approach me. They deal no damage, so... Oh yeah. In melee, I'm actually doing pretty well. Let's just approach. There are traps. And it walked into one. How do I... like this? Oh, it's a big one. Not enough action points somehow. But I have 4. Oh, he's stuck. Fine, I'll go behind him.
Try not to get too cocky.
Level 2.
And the dome from the inside. See it?
Well?
Ah.
Botherby nods grandly.
You made it through training without making a total fool of yourself. Congratulations. I'll send a report up the chain about your completely unanticipated success. You're dismissed, employee.
Oh, he does not like people from not the Black Wing. And also, this is useless. If I can't hit the broadside of a barn, then I might as well not use it at all. Ba-ba-ba. Okay. I guess I can open this. Hello, friend. A short, skinny technician is working among the warehouse shelves, his eyes glued to the stacks and stacks of cases. He's frantically writing something in his notebook. His badge says Marek Dankowski.
What? Again?
You clap him on the shoulder, but he just hisses in your direction without looking. Abbott, please, it's not funny anymore. Let's ask if he needs help. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, I mistook you for my idiot coworker. Help, you say? I'm up for. Know how to use a scanner and take inventory? Splendid. There are 6 relics inside the cases on the table. Scan them and write the data into the notebook. It's on the same table. Thank you. We've only met 2 minutes ago, but you're already better than Abbott. Amazing.
See ya.
Let's have a look through the crates, and I'm pretty sure I can steal those relics if I try hard enough. Which might be a course worth pursuing. Let's go through all the loot I can pitch here. Some ammo. Some more ammo. Anything else? There's a terminal. The bright orange terminal has a faint odor of new plastic and enamel. The splash screen for the stripped-down version of Kairos is playing. What was usually listed... That's what usually was... That's what's usually installed on library mainframes and info terminals. Jesus, this is a hard sentence to read. Judging by the Department of Advanced Training sticker, you're standing in front of just such terminal. Switch to main menu. Good day, employee. At this terminal, you will find relevant information about using workbenches and everything else you need to be a worthy Blue Wing employee. Please select a command. Technician. The committee spends enormous efforts to provide employees with the necessary material and technical base, but logistics in conditions of the dome constantly faces difficulties. Therefore, in order to optimize labor and costs, engineers are recommended to collect abandoned materials, as well as remove spare parts from abandoned and damaged equipment for recycling. Technician workbenches placed at various facilities are equipped with all necessary tools to ensure the possibility of creating useful technical devices from collecting materials. Orange tools. Many Orange Wing employees manufacture various prohibited items, which is a serious threat to collective security. Prisoners often carry lockpicks, shivs, makeshift knives, and bats with nails. Security officers and all responsible personnel are instructed to monitor the access of Orange Wing employees to materials and ammunition, and to prevent their unauthorized use in every possible way. I think I don't need to read any of this. This is just, yeah, you can make guns, yeah, you can make ammo. Can I make anything myself? I can't because I don't have any components. Oh, you can actually make shit with this. Ah. Well, now I feel silly about selling this crap. I'm sure if I'll actually need it, I'll find plenty of replacements. Let's scan all this shit. I really hope they won't expect me to actually remember what I'm scanning and putting this data in manually. This is one of those memory puzzles that some games would do. Sure. Fill the note. Oh, fuck. Wait. There we go. I don't actually need to remember anything. It's just 6 entries. Or the 6 relics that are here. Hello?
Forget something?
Good. Let me look it over. Pick up the notebook and studies it. He makes a few notes and grazes a few. Yes, excellent work. I'm surprised, even if not accustomed to people who actually do what they're told. Thanks for your help. Uh-huh. Oh no! Oh, the relic cases are gone. I won't get to steal anything now that they are gone. Well, I'm not very good at crime anyway.
Hey, you're at it again, asshole.
Okay.
Oh? Clearly, you've interrupted some kind of a game. 3 oranges freeze, their arms outstretched, staring at you perplexedly. Let's ask what they were playing. One of the oranges gives you a twisted smirk. We work hard and we rest just as hard. We've got a break, see? So we're making small talk. You need something? Let's leave them alone. Oh yeah, we're going too. Time for work, right guys? The oranges hastily withdraw. They were doing something illegal, which is to be expected of an orange. This is dirt, but this can be sold. Is anything here? Yes, there's a broken toilet that I can pull poop out of. Well, it's empty, so I can't. Janitor's gear. Sure, I'll take some soap. Soap is nice. Coffin. Let's have a scan. Samir Rocher. Oh yeah, you can scan corpses sometimes to reveal who they were, if they are a registered Cronus employee. And then I can, in the data panel, no, wait, yeah, the codex. Oh, and that tells me the Cronus and Forefather points. There we go, Cronus employees. Frederick Clay. Identified remains of Frederick Clay, male, 32 years old. Orange Wing, Kaleidoscope Project volunteer. Asphyxia suicide. Tamara Polishchuk, female, 36, Silverwing, accountant. Acute pancreatitis. Samir Rocher, male, 19, Blackwig, liquidation squad fighter. Cause of death, shock, blood loss, thermal burns, multiple shrapnel wounds, traumatic amputation, decapitation. Whoop, hold on. The cat is causing trouble. And I missed a joke opportunity, so fuck it. Hold on, I can scan a turret, right?
Hey you, yeah you dumbass, I'm talking to you. Quit staring and get over here.
Yes, I can. And this guy wants to talk to me, but for now... Empty coffin. Sure, let's search what's inside. Nothing. Well, it said it's empty, so I should have expected as much. Let's grab some gear and see what the orange is going to bother me with. A mop. This is a melee weapon. And surprisingly, there are circumstances in which this would be superior to the nightstick that I'm holding. In fact, if you take the average damage roll, it's actually stronger. Now, I'm not really sure if it won't break on me if I try to actually use it, but since it is technically a superior weapon... Ah, I see. It's not superior because the AP cost is very much higher. Yeah, damage per AP is going to be garbage with this, so I now know why it's not a good weapon.
Hey you, yeah you dumbass, I'm talking
Okay, sure. Before you, you see a large, hairy orange with funny round little glasses. He has a pack of fish snacks in his hand, and he dips his fingers in it, carefully fishing small pieces out. Daryl Gilmore, loader, says the badge on his chest.
Salutations.
He resettles his glasses on his nose and looks quickly around. Then he puts an arm around your shoulders and pulls you to him. Long story short, kitten, I have one offer. A business offer. You smell what I'm cooking? Okay, here's the thing. Do you see the hall behind my back? I've just returned from there. From shipping. I've been moving some crates. They were sealed for transit. They weren't sealed for transit yet, so I checked a few of them out. And looky look, there are relics inside. I thought they were rubbish at first, but no, those are solid relics. Category 2. Hold on. He scoops a handful of orange-dyed crumble something out of his bag and puts it in his mouth. He chews and swallows, then goes on. Anyway, I can't get to those crates. There are guards in there now, but you look like the sort who easily blends in. Would you sneak in like a ninja and grab something that's lying about? Don't forget about me, of course. The orange crumples his pack and rummages around for more snacks. Fresh out, sons of bitches. The main thing you should remember is to go quietly. Don't get caught on camera and don't let the guards see you. It's gonna be okay. Let's refuse because I'm bad at crime. You should at least think about it, kitten.
See ya.
Right now I'm thinking about employing my nightstick to his face. Oh, and I leveled up, so I should probably slap some points into something. Let's make my tech 60 points, because that unlocks the next level of perks, and it's basically no investment with 1 point. I don't have the deftness. I need science to do robot maintenance. I'm not sure if I have any robots. I could grab energy damage. Huh. Oh, I already get those for free, right. My contraptions should now be higher because of the level up. Let's grab those to 60 as well. And how many more? 12. Let's get melee weapons to 60, because that's a breakpoint. It's a very good place to be at the start of the game. I don't care about psionics. I don't care about hand-to-hand, although if I could get kick. Ah, but it is deftness, so maybe not. I do want to use heavy weapons at some point. And piloting will also be necessary. Let's start with piloting. Even though it's probably going to be the one to come into play later. Yeah. I'll get the first row of perks and then focus on heavy weapons. It should be next level anyway. Oh, and yeah, now I have 17 contraptions. What do I know? Robo Charger. Pepper spray. Doesn't deal damage. Huh. Does it require an actual item? Yes, it probably does require some sort of spray. Harpoon taste. Yeah. Oh, I see. Right. Hold on. Instead of scanning, because I can do scans without actually having a tool in hand. Requires a time bomb. So it does use some sort of item. And these are also equipment that I need to hold in my hands. Those contraptions. Grenades, a spray, or a taser. Ah, that's unfortunate. I'll probably have to find one. Do I not have anything I can throw as a throwable? No, I don't. A wrench. A wrench cannot be a... I have one wrench and I can use a skill to throw it. Okay. It breaks your weapon, which is this wrench. That's fine. At some point, I'll probably figure out how to get more. Dennis. A door to somewhere. Oh, there's apparently an elevator here. We've already established that I'm not very good at crime, so I just won't try to commit any and talk to Dennis.
Oh, you again.
There is a badge. Yep. He stops with a gesture. Where are you going? Gate 1 is a restricted area. Come on, get out of here.
Bye-bye.
Oh, hold on. I think I need to sneak past him if I want to steal something, right? No, wait, not like this. Activate stealth. I'm not very good at stealth, right? But I could leave for the landing dock. Oh, and kicks will probably require that I use fists, so no need to get those. There doesn't seem to be any decay on the stealth, so let's just go through. Oh, I should have read the stuff. Ah, there we go. That's the crates. Well, I said I wasn't going to steal anything, but if it's that easy, and if I don't care about the dude, insufficient skill to lockpick, but I can't break the... Oh shit. Hold on. There's an actual guard here. Yeah, sure, let's break them down.
Attention, all employees, clear the landing zone.
Relic shards, relic dust. Fuck.
Attention.
I broke the contents of the crates by breaking it open. Oh, and it was supposedly a valuable item. Oopsie. My bad. I may have fucked up a little bit.
Horizon seems to be clear.
What have you got, Ketch?
Landing zone is clear. No idiots. Over.
Copy, Ketch. Launching the cargo pod. Call the workers.
Oh. The black moves on, oblivious to your hiding spot behind a pile of boxes. The payload pod releases its brakes, rises slowly to the edge of the glass tube, and stops directly across from you. The door opens with a hospitable hiss. Well, we know that any attempts to return up end with death. And even if it was successful, it would end the game here anyway, so let's not do it. Maybe all this talk about Dome's impenetrable border is nothing but a scary tale to keep employees on site, but risking your life to verify this theory is not on your agenda. The workers who load the pod will be here at any moment, so you exit the cargo zone in a hurry. Yeah, let's make it in a hurry, actually. Because it would be very unfortunate to become detected. Also, it's really silly that they shake the camera like this. And yeah, I'm bad at crime, so I broke the loot. Somewhat unfortunate, but such is life. Let's deactivate stuff because I don't need it anymore. I'm not gonna talk to this guy because he is a shit. But we can talk to Nelson. An impassive man, his long gray hair in a bun, smokes a cigarette, dropping ash on his boots from time to time. The headphones hanging on his neck produce some metal music.
Oh, good day.
The dull badge on his chest reads Nelson Cunningham, Burial Manager. Nelson takes his cigarette out of his mouth. Hi, feeling good, eh? It's a professional interest. Ask him what he's doing. Approaches one of the containers and pats it tenderly. Prepare these guys here for cremation. Waiting for the meat wagon. I'm here to kinda watch everything goes right. He sticks out his chest proudly, puffing out smoke. Okay, we know what a casket is, so we won't ask what they are for. Now, where the fuck am I? Here. And where the hell do I need to go? Garage. Landing track. 2, 3. Actually, I should probably have a journal entry about where I need to go, right? You've completed combat training, learned how to scan LARIC, and corrected your weapon and info. The crash course is completed. Head to the waiting area where the bus will take you to the Magellan station. Shit. That doesn't tell me where I'm supposed to go. Garage, communications. This looks like a waiting area. Okay. Milo Randall here. Across the room, right?
An amazing excursion to a world of new technology.
Sounds like a sci-fi story.
Oh, hello. It's those two.
The detail.
No, it's not those two. It's some other two. A beefy orange in a new jumpsuit is fiddling with the innards of a display board. Closely watched by a supervisor. Frosted bulbs shine steadily through the mishmash of wires. He turns to look at you. His badge reads, Thorsten Dahl, laborer. He shifts awkwardly from foot to foot, hiding his huge hands in his pocket. Good afternoon. I wish you a pleasant stay at the Concord station. So... Supervisor standing nearby pats his back in response. Yes, that's right. Well done, Thorsten. You're making progress. Dahl studies your blue jumpsuit with clear interest. He wrinkles his forehead trying to read your title from your badge. Let's be nice and ask him how he likes it here. Well, it's warm, friendly staff, good food, job with good prospects. He begins, constantly glancing at the black standing close behind. Thorsten forces a smile, though his eyes are full of worry and sorrow. The administration takes good care of us. I like it here. The supervisor nods happily. This is very clearly coerced, but sure. Let's leave him be. Oh, hold on. As you turn to leave, Bertha jabs Thorsten in the ribs with her elbow. Dahl gives you a vinegary smile. I wish you a pleasant stay at Concord Station. Have a nice day. Do I want to talk with her after this display? No, I'll rather search the trash bin. Handful of earth. No need. Vending machine. Not sure if I need anything yet.
What if I told you that in
And the riddles of an ancient civilization. Listen to this information, useful for
Yep,
all wings,
this is the
and receive
waiting
a colorful
hall.
leaflet.
Boom. And we can have a chat with Milo. A slovenly, bald man with a dull, bug-eyed look and 3 days' stubble is sitting behind a table, covered with papers. As you walk by, he pokes at your elbow with a pointy finger, causing you to stop.
Come on, don't be shy.
The silver smiles, revealing crooked yellow teeth. Oh, so he's British. Hey, buddy. The name's Milo Randall. Chat with me for a couple of minutes. I guarantee it'll change your life. Sure, let's hear him out. He peers closely at you, still with the unnatural smile. You've come under the dome and for what? Earning peanuts? Have you ever wanted more? I don't actually know what the terms of my contract are. I haven't really studied it yet. And I don't think I'll have the opportunity to do it now, so let's say that I'm... Let's lead him on by admitting that I'm disappointed. Let's grovel with him. Milo's eyes shine with excitement. I've got an offer for you, my friend. Are you ready? Well, are you? Of course you are. You said yes, right? The silver throws up his hands and papers fly in all directions, as though a bomb had gone off at his bench. He feverishly digs through the papers, finally dragging a sheet with some kind of flow diagram on it from the heap. Okay, you're ready. Let's say there's a certain product. Product X. The value of this product never drops. It always goes up. All you have to do is find a buyer who's ready to pay for product X. Milo shakes the diagram in front of your face. Do you see, buddy? Product X. You sell it at a profit. They sell it to their buyers at a profit. Those buyers sell it at a profit. And the cycle just goes on and on. And the most important thing is that everyone in that cycle gets to keep their profits. Join up and start making money right now. Oh, it's a pyramid scheme. Randall calms down slightly. He returns the diagram to the pile and resumes his frightening, unnatural smile. And now I'll answer all your questions about Product X so you can pay your membership dues and join my system with complete confidence. It would be absolutely hilarious to go with number 4 and convince him to pay a fee to me instead. But first, let's see what he has for barter. A soda and some energon. That's not very interesting. I shouldn't be too hasty to part with my possessions, but I think I can... Oh, he can't afford to buy it from me. Okay, that's fine. I'm not sure how it will work with him having no money, but let's convince him to pay me. Oh, right. I would need conviction. Well, let's just leave.
Come back again.
What is conviction? Oh, it's one of those. I have inspiration and authority, which I guess is conviction? No, can't be. Where do I find... Oh, influence. Probably. Yeah, I get conviction I get intimidation, I get charm, and I get barter. Right, so I need charisma of 6, which I do have. And I need to be capable of exerting influence. Huh. Okay. Well, next time I level up, I suppose I should put some points in influence. Because dialogue is going to be important for basically everything.
Well, it's a bit of a private matter, you see.
Oh, another mop. Sure, let's grab it.
Come on already.
Please come here. There's an urgent task for you.
Oh. Well, if it's urgent, then I'll ignore it.
Glad to meet you.
A young woman with a very creative dye job brings her spontaneous good cheer down on you like a sledgehammer. Every instinct says retreat, but... Oh, and she has no money either. Let's say hi. I'm Yuki. I'm the most awesome techie here. And I'm also fast and strong. Watch this. She smacks the table with some kind of tool, leaving a significant dent. Let's not be impressed with vandalism. She smiles wildly, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. Then she addresses you in a conspiratorial whisper. You know why they transferred me closer to the administration and science lab, even though I'm a blue and supposed to work on the mechanical floor? Let's play in and suggest that it's because she's smart. She reacts with joyous surprise. Hey, that's exactly right. She frowns suddenly, but they don't let me do anything. There's an awkward pause.
I hope to see you again soon.
Okay, so that's it. Well, shit. Do I ever need soil for anything? I'm sure it will come up if it's necessary. Craft something at the fire post. Airgun powerlet. I somehow know gunsmithing. Oh, right, because I'm a gadgeteer or something like that. TV set, armored door, a locker behind the armored door. Sydney. Did I talk to him? Not sure. Oh yeah, he gave me my equipment. And if I wanted to open this, I'd have to be a lockpicking genius, which I am not. That's unfortunate. Let's have a chat. Oh. The employee bearing a badge reading Darren Niles, security, stops you at the door. Do you have a request for repairs? No? I'm sorry, but I can't let you through. Well, that's a shame. Oh, but a forgotten case with papers. It contains a relic that increases the amount of cargo I can carry. That's very nice. And a report on stolen relics, an official form neatly filled by a firm hand. Judging by the stamps and signatures, it's been certified by a top Blackwing official. I wonder if it's a quest item of sorts. This is supposedly a secret that I found. I'll be right back and then we will have a chat with Adolf. But now I need to get up for a moment because the cat is basically destroying my house. I'll be right back.
Remember, our honest work will make the world a better place. World a better place.
There we go. I have provided the beast with wet food, which should appease her for at least a few minutes.
Good day.
A tall blonde man in his 40s mechanically touches the brim of his black cap, then extends his hand for a shake. His fingers are rock hard. He withdraws his hand as soon as you touch it. The badge on his broad chest reads Adolf Schmitz, Head of Security. Schmitz is studying your bag. Disapprovingly, it seems. He wipes a bit of lint off your shoulder and adjusts the color of your jumpsuit. Your uniform could use a wash, badly. It's brand new, I just got it. I'm Adolf Schmitz, head of the security service. You were to be sent to Magellan, but there was a change of circumstances. The black nods towards the door behind him. I've got an urgent order for you. Your help is needed at a nearby object. Mr. Kingsley is waiting right now to give you your assignment. He'll tell you everything himself. Adolf steps aside, glancing down at your boots. He shakes his head morosely. Does he have anything useful? Weapon parts. And sterile bandages. I think I can get the bandages if I give him my brooms. Do I have anything else I could throw at him? Soap. Shit. A piece of cloth. One more item. A tin can. Perfect. Well, there goes my mop. Ask him why does he needs me, but not the other blue that arrived with me. Schmitz takes a small notebook from his pocket and quickly thumbs through it. One moment, it's all in here. Right. Your colleague's name is Igor Petanin. It says here he doesn't speak English. Furthermore, his specialization is architecture. I doubt the problem at Nashville has anything to do with architecture. Sure, let's just go with him. Come in, please. Video phone is on the wall over there. Actually, hold on. I have that report on stolen relics. Classified for the eyes of Magellan Station Security Chief William Dell. Huh. Oh, and I actually get experience from reading those. Maybe I should have read the others I had before. Ah, shit. That ship sailed. But we do know that I need to go to Magellan and bring this to William Dell. Probably alongside this relic. Can I sort this somehow? Yeah, sort by size seems the most reasonable. I was supposed to sell that as well. Ah, whatever. Go here. And there's a video phone. And an armored door. How hard would it be to break it down? It has 200 hit points. And I would make some noise, but let's try breaking it down. It is a criminal act, so maybe let me just quick save and see if anyone gets angry with me. No, nobody is angry with me for doing this. Well, if I am allowed to, and it opens an area that I wasn't to before, it is only fair that I do this. And if I do, for some reason, get in trouble by doing this, I did save the game, right? Should be fine. Nearing the truck, you hear a melodic chirping coming from your pocket. Someone seems to be calling you on your computer. Martin Kingley speaking. Did you break the door? We're going to have to deduct this from your paycheck. Now listen, this is important. Since you missed the briefing, I'll summarize. Travel to C12 Nashville facility and locate the missing expedition group. Then reconnect the station and get in touch with me. Did you get all that? Wonderful. Have a good trip. Oh, the conversation on the phone would have probably opened this door for me anyway. Well, shit. Well, I can't drive a car because I'm not a good enough pilot. How far am I from a level up? 550. I don't think I can get this in this area. Simple mine clearance kit, electrical equipment. Sure, take all. Locked. A lockpick by hand. Lockpick with a simple lockpick or lockpick with an electronic lockpick. Sure, might as well. I need to use it at some point. Nothing found. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, shit. An orange crawler tractor truck is waiting at gate 3. The vehicle's number has been scrubbed off by the desert wind and sand. This must be the transport Kingley spoke of. The driver's side door is half open. A young woman is sitting sideways in the driver's seat, legs hanging out.
Greetings.
She offers her hand. Hi, I'm Clara Morgan. And you're the novice going to Nashville, right? What's your name? How do you feel? Do you mind if I smoke in the car? Let's
see you
say that
again
I need
soon.
to straighten a few things, because silly as it is, I was probably meant to speak on the phone and not break down the door. That, yeah. They have prepared a contingency for people like me. Can I use the car? Okay. Look in the glove compartment. All you'll find in the glove compartment are a couple of old magazines and a domed road map. Driver's side mirror. Reflection, side fender, back seat. Covered in clothes, a few dank smelling shirts, a light jacket, and a silver wing blazer. There's a little bag under the blazer. You find a container of anti-rats and yet another can of soda in the bag. You decide to keep the loot. Why not? Examine the dashboard. The odometer reads 86,000 miles. That's interesting. Let's not start the engine because, as we have established, I can't operate even a forklift, let alone a car. Electrical equipment, polymetallic ore. So piloting apparently will come into play much earlier than I anticipated. Hello, Ulf.
I'm listening.
A tall and beefy Silver is puffing on a cigar. He examines you keenly, like he's trying to remember your face. The lettering on his badge says Ulf Knudsen. The hangar and first floor of Cardal are restricted areas requiring special permission. Please leave the area. He raises his hand and points to a sign plate on the wall.
Again.
Todd Gasparian.
How can I help?
A blue in a faded uniform stands leaning against the dusty orange door of the tow truck. His badge reads his name.
What do you want?
Gasparian looks at you and nods at the Silver with a cigar. I've tried again and again to explain it to him. I say, show some understanding, but he just digs in his heels. He says you're not allowed in without papers. Well, at least I'm allowed to be in and out all day, right? There's a storm out there, by the way. Sympathize, you're being sent out to the road, on the road to Nashville. Real terror is apparent in Toad's sunburned face. To where? To Nashville? In this weather? I tell you, you must have gone completely... there's no point in this. Their peppers are more important than people, see? He awkwardly claps you on the shoulder, then leans in closer and whispers, take care of yourself on the road. A dome store is not for nothing. And another thing, while in Nashville, take care too. There are rumors.
Bye-bye.
Can I do anything with the truck? The truck is covered with desert dust, and its engine is still burning hot. It feels like the car has come a long way before it got here. When you put your hand on the cockpit, an almost imperceptible noise, like the rustle of an ocean, fills your head. A slight tingling sensation occurs at the tips of your fingers, as if from a weak current. It's probably contaminated by an anomaly. Oh, and there's a lot of loot in this area. What is this? Matches. Probably not of immediate use. Dead insect on trailer. There's a huge, disgusting dead insect lying on the cargo trailer. It most closely resembles an ordinary cockroach. Yellow hemolymph flows among the tarpaulin's folds and mixes with the acid, leaving bleach stains on the cloth. Let's scan the cockroach with the scanner. The green ray sweeps the remains for a while, then fades. There is a new entry in your computer. A soldier emerges from behind the truck, his black uniform dusty. He approaches you. Are you from the technical department? Sophie wants to know when her servo shell will be ready. Did the parts arrive yet? Let's admit that I'm not from the technical department and I have no idea. Ah, I see. Then I'll tell you what to expect. Endless crawling through ventilation ducts and repairing air conditioners, as well as mainframes, kettles and coffee machines. Most of your time will be wasted on ordering parts from the bureaucrats, and then you'll be working into the night to avoid a fine from the Silvers. To make it short, you bust your butt for no thanks. I know, my sister works in the service center. He watches you closely, relishing your facial expression. Apparently, I am terrified. Locked. Locked.
I don't like you.
Please return to floor 2. You are contaminating valuable samples. That toxic cockroach and trailer cannot be used anymore. Well, that's unfortunate. Can I scan anything? Not really. Can I have a new conversation with Ulf?
See ya.
Nope. I already scanned the turret, so I can't really scan anything like that again. Is there a way for me to gain experience right now? I did gain 100 or so. Well, now that I bashed the door down, I suppose it doesn't really matter. I'd love to move the car, but... yeah. I can honk the horn and that's it. Hold on. Oh, for some reason I cannot dismantle stuff. And it doesn't appear to be science. Not medicine. Not piloting. Ah, probably survival, right? No. I've got magic hands from something. You completed basic training and entered in the Blue Wing. Oh, right. That's from my origin. I just get it for free as a way to track the bonus. Well, there is no way to move the car, so I'll never open this old box. We might as well move out.
Starting to get bored.
Let's ask about Nashville. It's a miracle of the Lord. A lot of rare relics have been coming out of Nashville recently. It's like a modern El Dorado. You know what El Dorado is, don't you? El Dorado is a... She rambles on for some time about the huge cave under Nashville, and there are hundreds of relics pouring out of it every week. Well, let's start the mission. You climb into the cabin and plunk yourself down on the passenger seat. The truck seems bigger on the inside. A wooden rosary is hanging from the driver's mirror. The radio murmurs quietly. Lean back in your chair. Clara slams her door. We are going, then. Should probably go now. The roads are bad. Very little asphalt, dirt tracks mostly. God willing, we'll get there before the storm hits. Mind if I turn the radio up a bit? Do you like music? Blues? Gospel? I, for instance, like... You can't make up exactly what Clara likes. The roar of the engine smothers the rest of her sentence, and the truck lurches into motion. And with that, after nearly 3 hours, we are done with the tutorial. Or so I think. By 1973, the northern and eastern parts of the dome were covered by a developed network of roads, along with related infrastructure, cafes, motels, and of course, gas stations. Today, there are a little more than a dozen gas stations, but Cronus management expects to bring their number to 50 by 1975.
The highway leading to C-12 Nashville is blocked by an anomalous storm, and you're forced to detour over a mountain pass. Soon, the radiator boils over, and you have to stop. Clara lifts up the hood and thoroughly examines the steaming radiator.
The engine's boiling, so we'll have to wait. You do know what happens when a car boils, right?
The Blue shuts her mouth abruptly and stares anxiously at the dark funnel cloud dancing on the horizon. Now that you're on higher ground, it's clear that the storm has overtaken a fairly large section of road. It will be difficult to pass.
Let's ask what to do
the
next.
Blue looks at the engine again.
We wait. As soon as it cools down, we'll go. This storm worries me more, but it's not an insurmountable problem. I heard there are some relics at the local gas station that protect against anomalies. You could even accidentally step on one out here, they say. Mysterious are the ways of the Lord.
Mysterious indeed. Let's ask about those
Your
relics.
companion perks up a bit. She seems to be interested in this subject.
This place is registered as a resource anomaly zone. Do you know what that is? It's when the relics mined there have been studied and deemed useful.
Okay.
Not much is known about these relics. They dampen anomaly fields, even very strong ones. They're also found in other parts of the dome. They're known as bronze apples or aluminum apples. I don't remember, but something like that.
Let's ask about the nearby gas station.
Morgan thinks for a moment.
It's a combination cafe gas station called Roadside Picnic. Never been there myself, but there's something off about it. There are several anomalies around there and weird relics. Supposedly, machines and structures decay much faster than they should in that area. But maybe that's just a story.
Let's ask about the storm.
The Blue looks at the storm once more.
There have been more and more of these lately, and they're getting stronger. I personally think it's divine judgment for how we've squandered the riches under the dome.
Oh, there's an interesting perspective. What does God think about the dome?
She sighs and squirms.
I knew people who got caught in one of those storms. They blow up so fast, there's no chance to get away. God rest their souls.
The Blue makes the sign of the cross.
I suppose I volunteer going to the gas station. Can I fix this? No. I'm supposed to secure an anomaly protector. There's a mountain path. Bonfire, Theodore. Double doors. Chemistry workbench. Travis. Let's make sure I save before I go. Oh, and now that I think about it, this will be important soon enough. Let me check if there is a key to hide the HUD. Doesn't appear to be. I can hide my weapon. Show tooltips, vision cones. There's a lot of stuff, but hold on. Is anything bound to Z? No. I'd much rather have nothing on caps lock. Oh, they had a conversation that we didn't get to read. A ladder and a toolbox. Sure, might as well. This is the boring part of the game, where you pick up everything from the boxes thrown around. A hammer. Improves tech. But is it a good weapon? Oh. 5 per AP. It's weaker unless I am able to score a crit with it. But it does provide me with a tech bonus, and I think that bonus holds. Yep, it holds even when the hammer is on the other slot. So that's fine. Let's pick up some trash from the bins and then see what's inside. I'm sure someone modded this game to remove this. Unnecessary.
Who the hell goes there? Come on in, since you're already here.
Okay, sure. Aaron Melville.
A weird, scruffy old man with a matted beard is sitting in front of the checkout terminal. The badge on his blue jumpsuit is long since bleached away. The name Aaron Melville is written there in black marker. With a groan, he picks up a magnifying glass and, peering through it, begins poking at the keyboard with one knobby finger. The computer plays a short tune. Checkmate, the system declares. The old man angrily sets the magnifying glass aside.
A Grandmaster? You're a piece of junk, not a Grandmaster. And a cheater to boot.
He raises his head to squint in your direction.
Eh? What do you want? I don't advise eating here, and there's nothing to buy. And either way, we're closed.
The shopkeeper rises from his seat, and you notice he's sporting a peg where his left leg should be.
Let's inform him of my troubles.
The old man throws up his hands with a scowl.
Then go fix it.
Such sagely advice. Let's ask what's bothering
the old man
him.
Frowns and sniffles loudly.
You want to write a complaint? Go ahead.
He looks at you for a minute. When he realizes you're not going to complain, the surly expression slowly leaves his face. The angry look turns to a sad one. After a brief pause, he speaks again.
Yeah, well, I do have some problems.
The old man lowers his voice, almost to a whisper.
The oranges pick on me. Escapees by the look of it. They demand food, money, gas. I've got a turret at the entrance, but it doesn't do no shit. I stand in, screwed something up with the circuitry in the basement. Gotta take a look when I get a chance. But with my leg acting up, those rickety stairs just ain't my cup of tea. So here I am, sitting and playing chess, waiting for those bastards to come back.
Melville's getting grim again. He adds,
It's my business, and you'd best stay out of it. But if you want to, here's the key. Go down to the basement and see if you can do something with the generator. Maybe you could get the turret to work. That'd make things easier.
Okay, sure.
You must rise above all this consumer nonsense.
We have some guys here having a conversation. And the toilets have a trash bin. Might as well. Oh, A trap? Where did I notice the trap? Huh. Trap discovered. Scavenger trap. But where? I don't see it myself. It must be pretty far away. Well, shit. Let's bother those two. This guy has a name. A proper one, anyway.
Howdy.
As you approach the table, you catch the end of a strange dialogue. A grey, long-haired man in a silver jacket is making weird gestures and he confidently explains something to the young girl sitting next to him. The only logical and undoubtedly correct answer is this: the dome vibrates out of sync with the universe, hence all the anomalies. Seeing you, he raises two fingers in a peace sign. The man radiates calm and goodwill. Peace be upon you. My name is Rabindranath. Oh, his name is Rabin. And this is my sister Swallow. With her outsized pupils, Sister Swallow's eyes remind you of twin forefather anomalies. She stretches herself out on top of the table as if hoping to melt into it. Hello. My fingers are warm. Lines, waves? Rabin looks from her to you and giggles like a child. I'm sorry. When I feel good, I like to share with my neighbor. Ignore it, please. Let's do the perception check. Swallow rubs her cheek against the table surface. Absolute peace written all over her face. Rabin sways slightly on the couch and weaves an invisible pattern in the air with his fingers. These two have taken enough drugs to knock out an entire Blackwing squadron. Having guessed that what you're thinking, the silver gives you a tricksy smile. Well, consciousness doesn't widen itself. You have to help it along. It's very good for deep, spiritual discussion, you know? Stimulators. After the first boom in the 60s, a second wave of popularity of pharmacology came with the discovery of the dome. Everyone needed drugs that increased strength, deftness, and quick wits. The technologies of the forefathers made it possible to compose new breakthrough recipes that were available for production literally in the field. Talks about side effects of the development of addiction are not welcome. Well... what does he offer to sell? A psi glove. I should probably sell mine. Oh, and he can afford to buy it from me. That's fine. Here, have an empty beer bottle. A tin can. Okay. Well, since they are mentioned being useful in some capacity, I won't sell the relic dust. I know glue and duct tape is useful. I'm not sure what the matches or scissors would be used for. I know that they can make a shiv, but I don't think I'm interested in making one. Anyway, I'll take his money. Let's... you know what? Yeah, I want to report this to the authorities. A little life drains from the couple's broad grins. Robin slashes the air with his hand. I sever the stream of negative energy coming from you. I'm done with you. You may leave now. I hope you enjoy the satisfaction of being an obedient, law-abiding employee. People like you don't like drugs, but support the Vietnam War instead. Drugs? What drugs? I don't know anything about drugs. No drugs. No nothing. Swallow's voice falls to a mumble as she tries to hide herself behind the salt shaker on the table.
Why should we depend on rational knowledge? Reason leads us up a blind alley over and over again. There are only two true paths to knowledge. Mystical epiphanies and my books.
Right. What has reason ever given us anyway?
As you well know, 2 + 2 = 4. The earth goes around the sun, and you should wash your hands before you eat.
That is true. And that means everything else in this book is also true.
Cyborgization of the soul with assistance from machine elves from another dimension is our only chance to reach Nirvana.
Wow.
These so-called mentally healthy people can't count on ascension, even with help from the forefathers' UFOs powered by the energy of the lower chakras.
I pity them.
The visible world is a hologram built by a trans-dimensional supercomputer, built by the race of quasi-demiurges to restrict humanity's potential.
I've always suspected something like this.
The sacred energy virus of the forefathers...
They will continue like this for quite a while, so let's maybe not do this. But what I will do is go up and see if there's anything useful on the roof. And lo and behold, there actually is. They can never just... hold on, I think I need to manually navigate this. Requires muscle 7. Can't use it now. Do I have any drugs that give me muscle? I know I just said that drugs are bad, but if I had some myself, now would be a good time to use them. Well, shit. I don't have any, and I don't have a relic that would fix the problem either. I guess this will have to wait until hopefully I can fix this somehow. There's also some crap around here. Might as well pick it up. Nothing. Oh, and the cat finished eating, so she's now once again bothering me. I suppose it's better than her destroying the house. A shovel! Oh, that's great. I can dig shit up now. And a crowbar, which means I can open shit up. Hopefully without breaking it. Actually, hold on. Uh-huh. Well, I can't use it on heads because it's not a weapon. Sadly, same deal applies to the shovel. Wooden ladder. What's up there that they would suggest I go up there? Nothing. Can I open this? No. I can force this open. Or I can bash it down if I feel criminal. Travis Brightham.
Hi there.
A man in a dirty blue jumpsuit is sitting on a bench by the gas station. He's holding a cotton pad and balancing a piece of rock on his knees. The blue moistens the cotton pad with alcohol and runs it over the stone. Then he squeezes the essence into a metal jar. The jar emits a golden light. The cotton pad freezes mid-wipe. The blue looks up. You read his badge. Travis Brightham. Explosive Ordnance Disposal. Are you going inside the gas station? I wouldn't recommend it. Blue squeezes the pad and sets it aside. You can see he is a little nervous. Let's ask him why. Brythman shivers and is as if suddenly chilled. It's like this. There are all kinds of anomalies and some of them are just horrible, you get me? Then there are a lot of such places and awful things happen to anyone who stumbles across them. The gas station itself isn't that bad, but the basement... There's something there. Something like a tree and it's running out of room. Soon it'll be too big for the space, mark my words. Sometimes it sheds these smaller relics. They're nothing special, but they do protect you from all kinds of anomalies, which is useful. I found one myself, but the effect has already worn off, and I'm not going back for another. There's also someone in the basement, a very skeezy someone. Not alive, but also not dead. In one word, a nasty thing. I don't recommend meeting it. Let's ask about anything else of interest. This place is full of interesting stuff. It's an anomalous zone after all. Machinery doesn't last long in this area, so I walked here. The Whites say it's a typical retrograde anomaly, and I even know where the source is. He looks meaningfully at the gas station. It's all from the gas stations. There are a huge second-class fractal relic in the basement, and sometimes small golden balls fall off it. I would take a couple for myself, but, well, there's something weird going on in there. I advise you stay away. Oh yeah, there's a path behind the diner that leads to the swamp, but that's where you find Microlux. I've marked the place as worthless, though it's beautiful, of course. Why is it worthless? A man working in the swamps told me whenever you find Microlux, you find Mobius. Well, wherever the Mobius are, you better not go. I'm glad the passage to the swamp has been blocked up with rocks. Feels safer.
It was
well,
nice chatting.
That's about it for what I'm going to get out of him, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let's break it down. Oh, crowbar is a single-use item. Well, in that case, I'll just use my fists, since they are sufficient.
I wouldn't go in there if I were you. It's a dead-end job.
Right. A potato. Highly nutritious, I suppose. You do have to eat and drink in this game. I'm surprised it hasn't come up yet. Your personal box. Huh. Now, I'm pretty sure this is meant to be my stash. Components and supplies. Store all. And now I pull out the bolts. And the high capacity power cell, because I might need those. This should be enough. Let's give this place another search. There is a lot to look through here. Some candy. A wrench. Huh. Well, depending on the AP cost... Oh, and I leveled up. Oh, that's nice. Well, hold on. Let's do the first thing first. A pipe wrench. It costs an extra AP, and the damage isn't quite 5 per AP. It can technically be more than what I already do, but that's it. Regrettably, for now, I probably won't find any better melee weapons. The only reason the hammer is useful is that it provides an attribute bonus. Speak of the devil, another hammer. A wrench for throwing, a gun brush. Ammunition, another container. Can I open this? Oh, actually, since I leveled up... well, shit. How far can I take it? Not far enough. I'll put 10 points in, because I will probably need it. Advantage in gambling, a little bit of movement speed, and the much coveted lockpicking skill. This is probably going to be necessary in some way. I should probably grab medicine at some point. And I want those heavy weapons eventually. Let's put them to 15 each. I want influence too. Oh, and if I invested everything, I could actually get it to 30. Let's see what... no, we don't save changes. Let's see what perks I can get. Adrenaline. Deafness and close quarter damage when low on health. Psychonaut. Psyche +2 under influence of psychoactives. Observant. Skill points per level. If I take this, I take it now. And I take this. There we go. It doesn't yet apply, but it will let me do things like get my criminal up to 30 in a single level up, so I can now spend all of it on influence. Barter. Ability to trade. The cost of purchased items is reduced by 0.1% for each skill point. So right now it's 3%. And then it goes up to 15. It's not amazing, but it'll help a little bit. Can't open the container, but I can break it down with my fists. No, I cannot. I need to use a tool. Shit. Well, time to crowbar. Oh hey, and it actually didn't destroy those items. Some cash. And some dirt. I don't care for dirt. Hatch to the basement. Metal locker. Oh, this barrel is behind. Shit. Hold on. I can probably open this. No. Do I have a key? Key to the cafe kitchen at the gas station. This isn't the gas station. This is something else. I'll have to run. Honestly, the game is a little bit quiet. At least right now. Oh, really? It's a key to this door. Oh, there's a large container up top. Let me just walk out front. Ah, I'll need to defuse this if I want to go in. Oh, shit. That's unfortunate. But, okay, sure. We defuse. Anomaly Newton. A rifle. Princess. Heavy weapons, tactical rifles. Okay. Well, I suppose I immediately have access to a firearm I'm interested in. Requires a handgun cartridge. Can I... It has a description. Simply a fine rifle. Westminster took a classic design and perfected it. Truth be told, in this kind of setup, without any optics and other body kit, you get a simple hunting weapon, but many are quite happy with that. It is a heavy tactical rifle, firing up to 20 handgun cartridges before a reload is required. It has a 2% chance to jam. Oh no, wait. Is that the damage? No, it's the amount I have. And it only loads up to 4 shots. I don't need to reload it. Apparently it is already loaded. I can upgrade it if I have a kit and a manual. So this is one nice thing in this game. If you find a weapon you like and you get the parts, I believe you can keep it upgraded with you indefinitely. I could probably upgrade this or that. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure if it just lets you upgrade them indefinitely or if it's... Because they are rank 1 tools right now. The hammer is unfortunate. Because it costs an extra AP to use without really being worth it. But I could equip the rifle. 4 AP to shoot, 6 for a precise shot. I can assume a kneeling position, which boosts my chance to hit a little bit more. And I have butt stroke because I am a melee specialist, which lets me hit people in melee with the gun itself. It's not great, but it knocks people back. For now, I think I'll stick to... Actually, yeah, let's go with this. This is a nice balanced loadout. Is there anything else up top? No. I need to defuse the anomaly before I can leave. Shit. Oh. Okay, good. Ah, fuck. Decreased resistance, but it only lasts a little bit, and a laceration. Shit. Well, I'm a little bit injured, but I think I can fix this alongside my fatigue by just having a rest at the bed. Hold on. An hour or 2? Yeah, that's 2 hours. Roughly. I gained some experience. I reduced some fatigue and I restored some hit points. Not all of it, but it'll do. Hunger, spicy smelly food, and heartburn. A nice crisp onion. Crayfish candy. Healing. Consume. What's the benefit? +3 initiative. That's not exactly what I need, but sure. Let's have a quick save and go down. With a little bit of luck, whatever I find down here is chill. What is a house if not a fortress? This good old concept came to its logical conclusion in the 60s when they first began to construct bomb shelters under private residences en masse. I never believed that nuclear war was inevitable, but people need to feel safe, right? With the dome's discovery, nuclear war is yesterday's news. Aliens are the new hot topic. The shelters being built now are a precaution against the second coming of the forefathers. A fragment of a radio broadcast. Oh! Oh, this is where I'm meant to be. Right. And that's the enemy that I'm meant to avoid. A secret was discovered, a ventilation shaft. Can I defuse this? Nope, that didn't do anything. And now I'm poisoned. Shit. I'll just leave and try to unpoison myself somehow. Hello, Erzeben 5. I'm doing fine. We are still in what I assume to be the tutorial section of the game. And now I need to find some healing items in my inventory. There we go. Nope. This is the meds. A medkit. There we go. Oh, that doesn't help with the corrosion. Do I have any antidotes? Disinfectant. Destroys all bacteria. Sure. Yep. Temporary resistance against infection. Okay, sure. That's good enough. I want that old box. I want that ammo box, but I don't want that disfigured guy. Then again, if I were to, say, kneel down, I can probably shoot him. Fuck. Okay, that's not working. Maybe I should stick to melee. Wait, where am I? Oh, I'm next to the apple. Boom. Brass apple relic. Sure, might as well take all. A container. Oh shit, combat. Not enough action points to steal. But if I stand next to it... There we go. It'll come up to me, that's fine. Wide swing. Hits all targets. Reduces defense class by -30. What is its current defense class? I don't really see. Huh. It is pretty good at hand-to-hand combat. Huh. Well, shit. Okay then. Let's have a swing. And now, the clever thing, I can probably push it away. There we go. Inspiring finisher. No, that's not interesting. Should I run? Suspect something. Weak point. Toxic corrosion. Unshakably resilient. Incredibly fast. Oh, fuck. I might actually get my ass handed to me. It might have been a mistake to push him back right now. I don't have any time bombs to drop one on him. Let's just save the AP for the next turn. Oh yeah, I am getting my ass handed to me. I need to heal. Okay, that's fine. Oh, desperate attack. No, we're down. Huh. That's a plan. Does this have a cooldown? No, but it causes fatigue to me as well. Shit. And it doesn't deal any damage. Resilient. What does resilience do? Negative mental statuses. Okay, that's fine. Well, I suppose I'll just slap him with the AP I have left. He hits me twice. And we do the same dance again where I heal. And then I slap him, right? Boom. I should be able to make it through. I heal just enough to survive. Oh shit. I might run out of healing items. This is very unfortunate. Chance. 80 plus 5 times muscle versus fortitude. What's his fortitude? 30. So there is a decent chance that I will actually stun him. But do I need to? Finisher. Oh, that's not very good. Yeah. I heal again. Oh, this is so wasteful in terms of resources. Especially that I can't slap him twice. How much hit points does he have? Let's take the risk and not heal. There we go. Some cash for my efforts. A container containing an anomaly protector. A Starfall jetpack, which requires an ability to use. Huh, that's interesting. I am currently protected from biochemical, but I'm not sure if it's enough. That barrel was standing in the way. Now that it's gone, I can actually sneak by. Maybe. Can I really not discharge those with a bolt? I can, but it's for so little time that it doesn't really matter. Shit. Energon doesn't help. Disinfectant, not right now. Fuck. Shit. Oh, I really shouldn't have used all my healing items. Especially that those deal damage as you travel through them, and not just by standing or whatnot. Oh wait! Of course, I am immune to infection for now. So I can actually walk through them while I have this effect going for the next 30 minutes or so. I was going to take a small risk, but since they only poison me and don't actually deal damage immediately... Oh, what the hell? Come on, let me through. There we go. Okay, this means I got everything. That's great. And I got this thing. Brass Apple Relic, which increases action points. This is probably the most powerful thing I can equip right now. Because action points are the one thing I want more of. Oh, and those have just dirt in them. That's fine. Crafted the workbench. Bandages. Chemical grenade. Forms a cloud of poisonous gas. Not exactly needed right now. Medkit. Empty airgun pellet. Disinfectant and a reagent box. Should have some of those stashed away. Yep, I do. Let's make that medkit, because I really need one. Oh, I'm still missing something. Ah, pharmacology. Okay, so I have the ingredients, but not the knowledge on how to actually make it. That's upsetting. Components, store all, retrieve the bolts. And the battery. Actually, I can just grab it later. Notes, I'll store this one, because I don't need it right now. Tools. Jetpack. I can't use this yet, and it has limited uses anyway, so I might as well store it away. drugs. I'll try to sell some of those, so yeah. Food. Where do I check if I'm hungry? Oh, it's here. I am 68 hungry, 54 thirsty, and I want to have a nap. That's fine. Well, I don't need food immediately. So we're going to store the beans. This doesn't have a side effect, so that's fine. Neither does this or that. Ammo. Oh, ammo sadly is quite heavy. So let's store the one that I won't use. Armor. I don't currently have any use for those relics. This one might come in handy because it weighs almost nothing and it increases my carry load. Weapons. I'll try to sell those. Oh, that's interesting. The corporate cynicism of Silverwingers seeking to avoid an armed uprising under the dome at all costs led to development of the Kraut, a pneumatic nail gun and the only legal means of self-defense for the staff of the Orange Wing. New Krauts are a rare find under the dome. If you happen to get your hands on one, it's likely used. I'll sell it, because I don't care about using high-tech weapon. Especially one as pathetic as this. Oh, we have bandits. Shit. Hold on. I don't really want to deal with them right now. So we're going to have a walk around. Okay, I see. There's traps. Oh, and I have to manually defuse them. Shit. By hand. I have to not only keep track of where they are. Oh no, wait, there's the description. Okay, that's fine. That's a little bit more fine, I suppose. I should go and deal with the bandits, but... Shit. Where is that? Oh, there's the hatch to the basement. Okay. Well, I'll deal with the bandits a little bit later. But now let's see if I can find anything useful here. There's a mine that I can defuse by hand, which is perfect. Sadly, it doesn't give me anything. Oh, we have some rats. And I'm already injured. That's unfortunate. I could hit both of them with wide swing, and it should be lethal. I just need to place myself correctly. There we go. Nice and easy. This being grid-based is very dangerous around those anomalies. Ah, a crate. with some energy ammo. Do I want to move ahead? Probably do. Let's discharge this thing. Quickly pass by. Without losing any limbs, hopefully. Well, my perception doesn't let me find anything nearby, sadly. But there are still things I can search through. Some ammo. Nice. Did I pick it up? Yes, I did. Okay. A large container. A rad force. Sure. Oh, this area is irradiated. Shit. My body is going to start falling apart soon. Hand-to-hand attack. Sure, might as well. I don't have anything else for that slot. Let's see. I should have something for the radiation. Ah, well, nope. This is energon. That's food. Atox antidote. Arad free. There we go. Wait. Ah, sure. Let's give it a try. Resistance increased. But it doesn't cleanse it. That's unfortunate. Sure, let's have an energon. Oh. Oh. Oh, the gloves are radioactive. Shit. These are ordinary gloves that simply emit radiation. Wear only if you don't need your hands anymore. That's unfortunate. Shit. Well, that doesn't look very encouraging. Although at least I cleared out this section. Now, if only I could sneak by.
Your mothers are remarkable women. But you turned out to be a bunch of failures.
Yeah, you tell them, and I will meanwhile fix your turret. Hopefully. And before I do that, of course, I will spend some time gathering supplies. Because this is very much a game about gathering supplies, sadly. They do like to pad out the gameplay with supplies. Let's extract the rat from the pipe. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh, if I move away, they will just chase me. Because they can't make it close enough, I hope. Shit. They could make close enough. Oh, and they didn't take the damage. Fuck. Oh, this is bad. I'll die here. Shit. Yeah, sure. Fuck. Well, at least I can load straight into the cafe basement. Sadly, this means I still have to open up the boxes again. Oh, but this time they get loot. Well, some of them do. I'll pick up everything, I'll heal. In fact, I can probably heal with a candy. There we go. This puts me in rat fighting range, I would hope. Oh, and it missed this time. Great. Shit. Okay. This attack. It is cheaper than regular ones, so yeah, sure, why not? And the other two aren't yet alerted to my presence. So I can finish searching for stuff. Do I have any other healing items? No, not really. Fine. I'll just eat another candy. Little as it does something. And with the rats having to approach me, I actually get an advantage. Melee, as it happens to be, is strongest against creatures that need to fight in melee. Perfect. Did my radiation increase? No, so just carrying around the irradiated gloves doesn't do anything. Or I would hope it doesn't. There is no time to rest here, so I'll just heal up. Because I expect trouble when I arrive up top. Oh, wait. That would be stealing. Let's not do that. Heated ham. Maximum, of course. I can search through the fridge. Probably because it's empty. I'll take everything that isn't stealing. How about that?
I'm coming out there.
Melville agitatedly examines the blue car through the dusty glass.
They what? How did they... They already barged in? Well, that's no good.
That's no good indeed. I did repair the turret,
The old
though.
man squints and gives you a silly smile.
Huh, so it's like that. Well, thank you, thank you. I didn't think you'd be any good.
Hold on. Junk. I might actually need the soap, but I will give him the cans. Actually, no, I won't. Not all of them, at least. I might need them to make grenades. Oh, but I do want to sell him the drugs. Because they cause addiction. Yeah, I don't need deafness drug. Does he have anything that gives strength? Huh. I don't think I want anything from him. Will I use a flamethrower? I plan to use heavy weapons eventually, so maybe. Or is it an energy one? He can have my rat tails and rat paws. Sure, rat eyes too.
Your mothers are remarkable women. But you turned out to be a bunch of failures.
There's something I'm missing here. Perhaps a quest. Series of strange events. Yeah, your story. That's fine. Huh. Oh, Travis is here now. Let's have a chat with him. See what made him move.
Good day to you.
I hope they don't come in. They won't, will they?
Bye-bye.
Howdy.
Hello, LF. And thank you for the HQ renovation contribution. Yes, we are playing a, well, technically new. This came out like what, 4 years ago? 5? Yeah, so far it's going okay. The silver fixes you with a long, hostile look, folding his fingers in a series of mudras. He starts muttering to himself and swaying rhythmically. He is also high off his rocker on drugs. What's the mean look for? Rabin flinches slightly at your question, but realizing you're not going to strike him, he gathers his courage. You're an ignorant pleb, giving out life lessons to others. You think your opinion is the only truth. And what are you actually? A waste of space. All that self-importance. Think you're better than anyone else. Yes, this game is very much like the first and second Fallout games. With a few twists, of course, but it is like Fallout, the good one. So, I chastised this guy on his substance abuse, and now I get to use my recently acquired influence skill to respond to his silly remark. Parry that he is a drug-addicted guru wannabe with stupid hair who talks unscientific bollocks out his ass while propping up his ego at the expense of a stupid and desperate young girl. Yes, I can make it absolutely personal down to the atomic level here. And I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Because threatening him with violence is not very interesting, but dismantling him on a personal level, now that's poetic. Rabin turns white with anger. He opens his mouth to speak, but only gasps for air. You've got a green aura, Swallow says dreamily. Her eyes focus and unfocus in your direction. She's a little bit less capable of absorbing the drugs she's been taking. Shut up, it's not green at all. Rabin snaps, piercing you with an angry stare.
It was nice chatting.
Yep, well, that's pretty much it. Does she have anything to add? Noticing your look, the girl tilts her head to regard you. Her movements are slow and hesitant. Seems like she's still hallucinating.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I figured.
I'm coming out there. Then you'll see.
Okay, well, let's go and talk to Richard Presley. As you exit the shed, you stumble across a scene from a movie. A dented Jupiter moon parked by the roadside shop with 4 strangely dressed tramps idling about. Crime rates under the dome. This is not being talked about, but the introduction of large numbers of ex-convicts has led to an explosive growth in crime under the dome. Many oranges, these are the guys wearing orange jumpsuits, criminals brought down to the dome for disposable jobs. Well, disposable criminals brought down under the dome for dangerous jobs. Many oranges leave their assigned objects to join gangs and terrorize Cronus employees. Supposedly, one of these gangs has grown brazen enough to openly plunder our food and equipment trucks. Let's examine their car. The car is in awful shape. Despite being brand new, Jupiter's first got chrome-plated fender moldings in February 1976, which means it can't be older than 6 months. Yeah, they are not treating their vehicles with proper respect. The driver's door lock was at some point jacked open with something sharp, a knife or a screwdriver. The car is obviously stolen. Let's examine the intruders. The people standing around the cars are so filthy you barely recognize their Cronus uniforms under the grime. The name tags have been removed, of course, but the ruffians' tattoos make it clear that you're facing oranges. Let us call out to them. You quietly call out, and the bandits turn to you. One of them, who must be the leader, takes a step in your direction, eyeing your clothes. Well, 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 who's this in the nice, clean uniform? He grins nastily. So, here's the deal, guest. You and that old codger behind the counter, you're both gonna chip in for our gas, and maybe I won't stress test your skull to them. Can I respond with violence? Oh, yes, I can probably offer a better deal. I will not use any amount of diplomacy. I'm just going to offer to stress test their skulls. The racketeer responds with a fake, self-satisfied smirk. You know, I appreciate your attitude. Wanna dance? Okay then. Put your ballet slippers on. Now, normally this would be suicide, but we have help.
Catch us on camera.
We have plenty of help, and I fixed the turret. So this is basically a one-sided fight in which I'm a participant, not much more.
I'll distract them.
Alright. Oh, these guys are so far back. They're basically not part of the combat yet.
I'll smack you up.
Uh-huh. Well, if I spend only 3 AP moving, I can slap him. And then I can slap him again.
That's it. Your ass is grass.
And now I think maybe I should make this louder. Nope.
Could still fix things up.
Violator.
Reloading.
Stop the attack.
Yeah. Oh, and they've got all sorts of nasty guns. I didn't actually notice this guy before. I should have spoke to him, maybe. Oh no, they broke the turret. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, he has a side glove, which pulls me in. Yeah, I want to slap this guy in the back. In fact... No, I'll just kill him.
You're dead, asshole.
You can technically just stun them, which puts them to sleep for a bit, and then they are angry that you committed a crime against them, but... Yeah. See, this was barely a fight. I had so much assistance here from the other guys that this is basically a slaughter.
Don't you dare touch the dead. Don't you dare touch the dead.
Oh, come on. I fixed the turret. Oh, actually, hold on. If I activate stealth, they won't actually complain about me looting the turret. Cracked baseball bat. It requires deafness free. Oh, that's unfortunate. This is something I haven't considered. Using a knife or a sword might actually require deftness, which I have completely given up. Shit. Do I want boots that reduce my evasion? How much evasion do I have right now? 5. I have 21. Original value is perception and deftness, which means my default amount is basically the default amount. I could probably get away with putting these on. Fortitude. Resistance against negative statuses and mechanical resistance, which would lower the damage a little bit. 3 points would be 1 on every 30 damage. I don't take 30 mechanical damage just yet, so this is more of a late game item. That's fine. Let's talk to the old man.
Well, you seem like a better sort than the others. Thanks for the help.
There we go.
With his gang problem solved, Melville is visibly more hospitable.
I'm sorry for bitching at you, sweetheart. My mood hasn't been great this last couple of weeks. Would you like some coffee? Because I could,
Oh.
The old man takes off his plastic leg and wraps it on the counter.
Hey, anybody want some coffee? Coffee, come on.
Tell him some strange creature attacked you and you killed it.
Listen, Rabbi.
The old man scrubs
That
his
dust
bald spot.
Am I hallucinating?
That'd be
or
my
is it
stand-in,
really
I
sort of
think.
weird?
And here I reckoned he'd gone and quit on me. It smelled a stench from the cellar. Thought a rat croaked down there.
Uh-huh.
Listening to your story, he shakes his head in amazement.
You say it didn't even look like a person? Oh, I had a bad feeling about this place from the start. Not good at all, I'm telling you.
Sure, let's ask him how's
The
life.
old man sighs in sadness.
What life? I'm an old man. Life? My ass.
I can strongly relate to this sentiment, honestly.
You can't tell if Aaron is coughing or laughing.
Well, it's seething with life. People come and go. White wingers hanging around the swamp. One such fella came along today, walking around poking things with that scanner of his. Doesn't shake hands with people. What kind of guy is that?
The old man leans close and continues in a confidential tone.
I used to have a gizmo of sorts. It warmed stuff up better than any heater. And when they saw it, their eyes almost bugged out of their heads. They took it away from me. It's dangerous, they said. What else? Well, sometimes bandits show up. Get pounded on the head occasionally. Not as often as I'd like, but there it is.
The old man gives you a smile of satisfaction.
Because I'm the one that did the pounding, technically. What's wrong with local
The
cuisine?
blue grunts like a goose.
Well, I cook for myself here. It's, you know, an acquired taste. Hey, sweetheart, wait a minute, hold up.
The blue claps you on the arm. He looks
Strong
a bit
stuff.
confused.
I'm so
I
hungry
was
after
just,
that.
I was thinking, I wanted to thank you. Maybe we could go on a picnic. You like picnics, don't you?
I'd love to, but no thanks.
Aaron shrugs, showing no sign of disappointment.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's busy. Like in that ad, like Mr. Blank here and there. You remember that one?
Can I sell him the shit that I acquired that I won't be using immediately? Like the smokes. There we go. I'll be a tech specialist, so I don't need a tech comic book. I might as well sell all of those as well. Yeah. That's fine. I'll need the money more than I'll need the comic book. Now, there is one more place I could visit here. Actually, two. So let's go do that before I leave. But first, a quick save. Oh. Sure, let's scan this. Should probably be scanning more stuff. Microlux stone.
Howdy.
His protective suit sparkles with myriads of flickering pinpoints. It's as if the particles are stuck to the purple gloves and white skull mask, glittering like snowdrift on a sunny day. On the researcher's chest is a metal badge that says Theodore MacReady. Let's greet him with a nod. He responds with a slight bow. What is he doing here, near the swamp? I'm from Magellan Station. 2 weeks ago, management sent me to conduct a field study of my hypothesis, which is that the microlux is an indicator of the presence of mobios. They either generate microlux or the two are in symbiosis. He raises his hand and watches the bubbles sparkling in the air. And now I'm here to confirm or refute this hypothesis. I see the behavior of the microlux particles has changed. Unfortunately, I can't establish if this is due to the presence of mobios or something else. Well, we did kill a mutant. Let's ask what the mobius is. The scientist puts the scanner aside. That's a topic for another time, but I'll warn you in advance. Like most of what we know about Dome, it's just a theory right now. We often consider the domes a passive environment that doesn't react to our intrusions. This is a faulty, unnuanced approach. It would be more correct to say that the dome is studying us, even as we study it. Hold on. There we go. Where was I? Ah, yes. As we remove relics and integrate them into our lives, or develop new technologies from what we've learned, the dome consumes what we brought with us: cars, equipment, sometimes even employees. MacReady is very enthusiastic about this topic. Let's just keep listening. Theodore describes a circle with one hand. The people who came with the first expeditions will tell you how it all began and how the dome was back then. It's a whole new ecosystem now. Have you heard of the afflicted? They're employees who've been heavily exposed to relic influence. Biologists will tell you there is a special niche in the food chain for these afflicted. Looks like the dome transforms the resources it gains into a useful form. The Mobios is an example of how the dome transforms our equipment. Research drones, cars, diesel generators, these things regularly vanish, but not without a trace. They come back as biomechanical guards. Actually, Mobios stands for Mobile Biomechanical Sentinel. MacReady explains eagerly. They have their own hierarchy, their own behavior patterns, and their own habits. They also almost always incorporate or embed rock formation. It's a mimicry mechanism to blend in with their surroundings, you see. We've already classified several different types, and when we understand the connection between Mobius and Microlux, we'll know much more. Thanks for listening. Anything else you want to know? Let's ask about Nashville, because this is my mission destination. Theodore taps the chin of his mask as if trying to remember something. With the gesture, particles dart up to form a nimbus around his head, then quickly subside. You say they aren't responding. Nashville. Ah, of course, I know. Listen, you're damn lucky. Nashville's a real treasure trove. It's a huge excavation topped by a 3-level complex. A spectacular place. I'll want to hear what you think when you get back, provided you survive, of course. Nashville is a massive four-father structure tagged on the dome's map as has potential. Current theory holds that an important node of some ancient structure is located beneath. Another mystery of that bygone race. It was just a joke, he adds, embarrassed by the memory. Nothing will happen to you or us unless it's the end of the world and missiles crash down on us. That's a joke too. I think I know all I want to know right now. But he mentioned there being dangerous creatures masquerading as rocks. Doesn't look like I'll find any, sadly. Nothing else of use either. That's the picnic site. Provided I wanted to go on a picnic, of course. Can craft something by the cooking pot. But I don't know how. I probably need survival skill to be able to do so. Which means I am done with this area. Maybe I can steal the car. Or at least dismantle it. If no one's watching. I can always enter stealth. Trapping. I could try to dismantle it if I had the skill to do so, but I don't. Unfortunate as that is. Well, there's nothing left but to deliver the anomaly protector to the car. Am I getting irradiated? No, I'm just carrying radioactive gloves. Boom, install the relic. A strange thing happens. Thin, translucent roots sprout rapidly from the relic, wrapping themselves around the cylinder block and fuel pump. Get in the passenger seat, and when Clara joins you, head for Nashville. When Howard offered me a transfer to Nashville, I did not hesitate for a second. To my understanding, Nashville is what the Dome should be. This is the place where employees are able to lay hands on most incredible wonders of ancient technology. You can call me romantic, but there is place for pragmatism in this whole story. I have no doubt that my career will go uphill in Nashville. From Diary of Monty Collingwood, a Silverwing admin.
As you approach Nashville, the realization hits you that something is definitely wrong. The boom at the security checkpoint is up, and the turret indicators are glowing red. Black smoke rises over the parking lot. The automatic guns beep and direct their gun barrels at your vehicle. You and Morgan exchange concerned looks.
Well, we have nothing else to do but to hit it.
Clara floors it. The engine roars as the tractor truck speeds past the turrets and leaves the danger zone. The road turns left, and you're on the main road leading to the complex. There are bodies everywhere, but no visible survivors. Morgan crosses herself and whispers a prayer. Through the smoke-filled air, you see the red lights of a new batch of turrets taking aim at your vehicle.
Stop here. Or do we continue at full throttle? It's actually an interesting decision to make, but I'm not sure what will it actually do. Well, we've been flooring it so far, so why not?
Morgan, pale as death itself, obeys you and floors it. The vehicle reaches a fork near the main entrance to the base. The concrete walls are covered in bullet holes and surrounded by blood, fire, and bodies shot to smithereens. Struggling not to vomit, the Blue squeezes her face into the wheel. She's not praying anymore, just whimpering quietly, "Good Lord, good Lord." Another set of turrets greet you at the central entrance with warning beeps and a hostile red light.
Okay, we can't death-proof because I'm not a pilot yet. So, drive left or drive right? Beyond the crag to the parking lot for light vehicles, or to the right for tractor trucks. You know what? We are in a heavy vehicle, so let's go where we shouldn't be.
You manage to turn at the last moment. A short burst plinks into the back of the vehicle, and the gunfire stops. The turrets seem to have lost you and calmed down. The truck comes to a halt. Morgan opens the door, her hands trembling, and falls out. You also exit the vehicle. Sitting beside the truck track, you lift your head to see Nashville ablaze. Black smoke billowing overhead and intertwining with the maelstrom above the station. It whirls slowly and majestically, hundreds of tiny green lightning bolts flashing silently in the epicenter. Clara lifts her eyes to the sky, mesmerized by the whirlpool of clouds.
We need to scout the surroundings.
You nod in agreement. Morgan is right. It's time you figured out what happened here.
And we are in the parking lot, obviously. So we went in here, we crossed the first turret checkpoint or something like that, and at the fork we turned here. Alternately, we could have ended up here. Well, that's fine and dandy, but... Well, we're also 4.5 hours in, and I'm starting to feel the need for some sleep. There isn't really a particular reason other than I'm sleepy. And while I could continue, I'd rather save my strength. So, those of you who joined me, thank you very much. To those of you who will catch the VOD, thank you as well. Dziękuję i do następnego razu.